Hello guys, how's the sound? Sound check, sound check. Sounds good, thank you. So how are we doing today or this evening? Are we all good today? Start with sneak peek before disappointment, please. What do you mean disappointment? I thought we were here chilling together, doing regular updates, discussing interesting things and so forth. So yeah, I'm pretty good. Got a little headache today. I've been pretty free from headache and migraine other than my once a week aura migraine that is quite regular due to stress, but I survived, so it's all right. So I have a few updates today that I find quite interesting. I had a migraine yesterday. It's a terrible disease or whatever we call it, migraine. It's sad. There isn't a better cure in this modern day, but I guess soon. Well, thank you for the subscription. And Gregmo, thank you for the subscription. Hair is looking great today. Thank you.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Hope your new meds are holding the headache mostly at bay. Yeah, so the new meds I'm actually taking on a daily basis does make a huge difference. Before that, I had a migraine every second day to every third day. So what quite bad. And since then, I only have one real severe migraine once every week. So it's some kind of progression. Not perfect yet, though. But yeah, I got used to it over the years. Stress does that to me, and obviously we are under some stress currently, as you can understand. Your skin is looking much more colorful than your restless lounge. Triptans. Triptano. Yeah, no, so it's Candersartan is the daily meds I'm going on. Triptans I take when I have a severe case of migraine. But anyway, enough about that. Greetings, Henrik brother. Hello, fellow brethren, Edens, Praters, and Gatherers. Hello, two old casts. Is it bad that I average 110 hours per week? I don't know. Can't see your 40 yet. Thank you for that kind sentence.
Oh my god, another
Are we
one.
your headache?
Another one.
No, no. You know, I take obviously a lot of pride and personal investment in this whole project that I've been working on for almost 16 years. Many share owners, investors, obviously a huge player base. Everyone wants the same thing, right? A successful sandbox MMORPG. And we always known that it's a huge
Oh my god,
task,
another one.
very challenging in so many different ways. So even though some things are amazing and perfect, there's always something to struggle around with, especially since we are still a small team of developers. So it's always going to be a huge challenge to make these kind of games, no matter what. Even for huge companies, it is a challenge. But it's also what we chose to do. Obviously, we find it exciting, and this is what we want to do. But obviously, at the same time, things doesn't run perfectly smooth at all times. So there's always something to handle. So the stress goes up and down. But like we said before, the support by you guys, the player base, which is the main reason why we're here, being able to continue work on this game and develop it is thanks to you guys. So obviously having you aboard, your support, and that's also why we try to have a close relationship and communication with you guys. That makes a difference for us. When we get PvP toggle, I'm not sure about if that's what we want to have in Mortal Online.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Be careful about stress. Energy is a great killer. Yeah, I know. There's been a few of my early colleagues had a severe dose of stress, and I've seen at first hand what that can do. So obviously, I try to be very careful to follow those symptoms to make sure that we're still in control. And same goes for the core team that have been here for a very long time as well. So I think we have it under control at least. The Giga Chess shouldn't be starting at a screen. It should be lettering these apps with the tears of plebeians. What? Only caffeine helps with my migraine, and I have to regulate it. Yeah, I never.
Oh my god, another one.
I almost never drink coffee or anything caffeine like. So I don't know, but yeah, it's different for many. How does the meds help the migraine? So it's actually making the, what is it called, the veins in the head is relaxed and expanding a little bit. So that's kind of how it helps mainly. Cameli12, thank you for the subscription. Patch. So all right, let's do the updates regarding our patch. So we've been working very hard this week, as you know, since our last week patch, with some, again, very important changes, and it actually got a little bit better and better over time. And also, since I want to make sure that people don't set the bar or expectation too high in terms of exciting gameplay content, I decided to call it the boring patch. So that's what I call this patch, the boring patch. And you have to decide what you think about it, obviously. But yeah, again, mainly this patch is about back-end content. Very important stuff, but not. It doesn't have focus on features or gameplay functions in particular, which means we understand if a lot of players feel disappointed that this is not the exciting patch they've been waiting for. The Fizzlekins, thank you for the gifts. We are gamers too, right? I mean, there's no denying that we understand. We understand what you guys feel about it. Also, you know, we've been quite still since release, almost 3 months.
Oh my God,
And we haven't been able to go delivering as we used to do in the beta, you know, more exciting, interesting gameplay content and feature updates, which obviously makes the, you know, interest slow down. And our goal was to obviously continue on that directly after our release. But we had to take quite a big break from that roadmap and go on fixing some backend stuff to make sure we have the core pillar foundation for the long run. So I think that most of you guys agree that that is a very important step to get in place. And then we can go back to the more exciting stuff, which is the roadmap. So that is a few things. So today, I want to give an update. So we actually had a patch. We planned to deploy it today, but we actually managed to. We believe. Don't take my 100% word for this, but we believe we may have fixed the invisible weapon bug that had been quite annoying for all of us. You know, sooner or later you run into a invisible weapon situation, which is quite annoying. So we believe we possibly have a fix for it finally. You know, we've been trying for several months to get a reproduction of how to make that happen. And not a single player has managed to do it either. So it's been a tough one to solve. But there's a big maybe that it may be solved. So the plan is that we're gonna go live with the patch tomorrow early. So tomorrow morning. And we're gonna start with only the main server. And we're gonna monitoring every hour the whole process, letting in players. So there's a few things with this patch. So one thing is that, again, the big backend stuff is a huge work in the network solution. So this is kind of step 2 from our previous week's patch. I'm sure you have seen the improvements when it comes to the server overall performance, big fights, etc. So it's awesome to see that you guys have been doing big fights. We have been following those and monitoring the server, and we can see that we're not close to that kind of threshold that we had previously, prior to that patch. So, and this patch allows us to crank up the main capacity quite a lot if things goes as planned. So increasing capacity and still allowing for huge, large battles. So as you can understand, important things for the future. So we're gonna start only the main server, Midland, and monitoring while we keep letting in players. So we can monitoring to see the new threshold or where there may be a new threshold. And we will only have one alternate Midland as a reserve that we may start if we see that we need it. But the second alt will be taken down. So yeah, and the patch notes, just to give you a few heads up on what to expect. There's actually a few things that interests quite a few players, even though I call it the boring patch. So, you know, hopefully people won't be disappointed because of lack of cool stuff. Let me see where I have the notes. Right, so just to mention a few things. Again, we always listen on feedback. So one of the big things that a lot of you guys have been asking for pretty much every stream, you know, rendering display names, character names, to be able to identify players on greater distance. You know, so we changed that. So there's no more humanoids to be seen. Every time there's a humanoid, you're gonna see the real player name, including guild tag. So as soon as you can identify a character as you're identifying any character or NPC, you will see the player name finally. So that should help quite a lot. So equipment doesn't update at the same range. So again, this is part of the optimization we're working on, and we don't want to take, you know, 3 steps forward and then 2 steps back because we're cranking up all these big performance saving steps. But yes, we have a few more steps to go where we plan to increase overall render distance again, including the gear update. But I think it's an important step to be able to identify players on as soon as you can target them, pretty much. So that's quite a big one, even though it's not anything spectacular. We also updated upgrade for keep wall sections. There's an inner yard and outer yard, so there's now a gate also for the inner yard on the up on the wall. So a little bit more convenient options and functions for the keep owners. We also added the dynamic spawners around the world, which means you will encounter different types of wildlife and humanoids at different dynamic areas in the world to again help bringing life and interesting things in the world rather than the static ones you have learned over time now. So that is also something that is ongoing and progressing, but we deployed that new system in this patch as well, so it will help in terms of encountering things anywhere in the world. What do we have else that could be interesting to mention at this point? There's many quality of life things and fixes, such as guild spam invites, hindering your gameplay. We have made sure that doesn't happen anymore. There's no pop-up that you're frozen by. You just get a message in text in the corner, and then it's up to you to go to the guild window and accept or not. So just quality of life stuff as well. And yeah, quite a big update on pets. So there's been a huge bug where your pet doesn't attack most frequently larger creatures. I'm sure you have noticed this. They just stand there looking at them. That's been fixed, so now they will always attack when called for. So a good improvement, important fix for pets, obviously. And we also have a few very important fixes and polish on flagging rules with pets, without pets, dueling, and etc. That have caused some issues. Also polish things like you can't place houses too close to each other to block upgrades, for instance.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Oh my god. Another one. Goated. Thank you for the donation. What about the chest access to strongholds for smaller guilds? So yeah, that is the next thing I'm gonna talk about a little bit in a moment. So I'm gonna get to it. Let's see just if there was something more. So yeah, again, the big thing is the network optimization. The goal have been to reach the point where we don't need alternate Midlands anymore. As you can know, that was a quick fix to let people into the gameplay, but it also brought a few issues. Moving from one to another, some abuse gameplay that simply can't happen when we have the real continent as intended, where you actually travel to them. You don't log into them like you do in the main menu. So plan is, hopefully we will see exactly where we land on tomorrow's patch in terms of capacity. And we're also obviously planning ahead, so we need to be able to cover quite a few more players than we have in our daily peaks now, when things have been slow and calm. Because as you may know, we're gonna go back to the roadmap updates that will bring a lot of players again. But not only that, we have additional release of the game in different regions in the world, and Epic Games Store, and additional places where the game will be released for the first time ever. So obviously that will also attract players. So we're preparing for that as well. Yeah, getting closer and closer to see where we need to be until we take that step. This one is actually good for everyone that is living in Bhakti. There's a huge level streaming freeze just outside Bhakti. I'm sure you guys have experienced that one, and that have been almost fixed. What I mean with almost is that it's barely noticeable if you have a quick drive that you're swapping memory from. So yeah, a big improvement in terms of moving in and out from Bhakti, for instance. And also if there's any other severe freeze line in the world that you know this is one of the most terrible one, please let us know, and we will take a look to see if we can also improve that. As I mentioned before, the real solution to this issue is Unreal 5. There are limitations on how we level stream data in Unreal 4. So we have to kind of do specific optimization to handle that. But yeah, Bhakti was one of those horrible ones that is greatly improved. Jungle Pass is still bugged. What do you mean with bugged? Can you clarify what you mean with the Jungle Pass bugged? Are we talking about a freeze? And yeah, we also have a few important fixes in terms of clay gifts. So Augmere the whole ground defense buff when you stand still have been updated to work work accurately correct. So what that means is that as soon as you activate that war cry, as soon as you move, you will take normal full damage. As soon as you stand still, you will get the reduction of damage. So you can take a few steps, stand still, take a few steps, stand still, and it will work correctly this time. The Thursa Warcry, when you get a 20 plus strength, have also been fixed. So you will see it happen, and you will also get the full bonus to the damage, and bleed through damage and all that. So that is also an important fix for those gifts. Yeah, rock solid, exactly, rock solid. So that is that. And also we found a bug thanks to one of the streamers. I accidentally heard, I don't remember who it was, maybe you're in the chat, but the wood materials on bows wasn't displaying correctly. We found a bug in that, so that is also been fixed. So yeah, and yeah, the vessel boss that could bug out and not responding correctly have been fixed as well, so you can finally go kill him. Is there anything else worth mentioning? Yeah, there's actually one important thing. We noticed there was a bug in all light weapons. So all light weapons had a higher or slower swing speed than it should have. So that is actually a very important fix on all weapons that is specifically light. So if you make big light weapons, they will now actually swing a little bit faster than they were pre-patch. So that calculation is now working correctly. Yeah, I think that was what I think is worth mentioning. So again, it's not a huge content feature patch, but very important backend specifically and polish patch. And that this will we're very excited when it comes to collecting the data after this patch, because like I said, we now have full eyes and insight on the whole network. It's an insane system. And as soon as this goes live, we can measure and calculate a lot more things in detail. And that will help us, to take the next step to see exactly where we stand in player capacity and big fight capacity, so we know what we need to hold player-wise in Midland. So yeah, very important for that. Domination fix coming soon too. Yeah, there are obviously more coming. So this is the biggest, most important backend patch. So after this, that's when we're gonna enable the roadmap again. But along with the roadmap, obviously we will have polishing fixes and improvement along with those. But what I mean with the roadmap is that now finally we can have utilize more developers on the upcoming content that we've all been waiting on. That was the plan to continue on release, but we had to kind of put on hold, and that includes TC mechanics. So I'm gonna show you the main points of the roadmap in a moment as well. So 1 second about that. And yeah, Clay Respect is one of those as well. So I'm gonna get to that just in a moment. Can you explain how 2 of the last months of beta were dedicated to optimization and bug fixes, yet games... where the hell do I have the last... yet the game performance has gotten progressively worse. So the question is, what do you mean with game performance? When we talk about game performance in terms of frames per second, the performance on the actual client for you to run the game. If you mean that, then we haven't done anything in terms of making it worse or improving it. Minor improvements have been done, but nothing huge scale. And the performance is where it needs to be in terms of a good state. So I guess you have to define a little bit more what you mean with worse performance. Talk much about player interaction, but the auction is very bad. Is the auction bad? What do you mean? Can you define how the auction is bad? Bad performance in sewers. I mean, obviously it depends a lot, or everything depends on the hardware you're playing it on as well. But when we have collected data throughout the whole beta, you can run a game on a quite low spec computer. Now I'm not talking about 10-year-old computer perhaps, but decently okay-ish computer. I mean, it's still a next generation visual open world game that is the most demanding game type you can play. So obviously having this high visual quality including in this complex world, obviously there's a cost with that, right? But overall, all the feedback we gather is that performance is great. You get pretty good frames on a older CPU and graphic card. But again, it all depends on what everyone see as good or bad performance, and old or new computer. That's all individual, right? It is CPU heavy. Yes, it is CPU bound. So if you have a very old CPU, that will hold back your GPU quite a bit. And that is why you saw all the latest patch we did throughout the beta up till release was pretty much CPU optimization. So we squeezed out as much power as possible offloading from the CPU. We don't have enough filters on Trade Broker. Yeah, we have got that feedback. So yes, we will improve those tools to make them even more efficient to, quickly find things that you're looking for. That is correct. I have 3060, 8700, and I'm lagging as hell in serious. That sounds like something is very wrong, because with that kind of spec, you should be running the sewers flawlessly. And that is what people are actually doing. So that sounds strange. I don't know how you can have bad performance on those specs. That is, I don't know. Check settings, worst case, update all drivers. And if, you tried all that, you could try to reinstall the game if something is very wrong, because it sounds as something is very wrong. Naming potions and bags is one of those quality of life you have asked for that we will add, yes. I'm not sure in what patch they go in right now though. So I had a few meetings with Sebastian going through the whole upcoming roadmaps that we're looking at. We haven't finished the exact dates for the different features on the roadmap, but I did want to reveal or show you a little bit of those points. You can see a lot of the main things going on in the coming months, from small things to very large things. Share housing password protect. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna show you the roadmap I'm talking about just in a moment.
Oh my god.
Strife Tech TV with the donation confirmation for double keep fix. Yes, that keep had been fixed. Finally. It's about time. Yeah, it was quite crazy how that happened, but yes, finally fixed. $5,600X is not bound. Hard to say it's CPU bound. Well, it is still CPU bound in terms of threads, maximizing a thread. Unreal 4 can only utilize X amount of CPUs in an efficient way. After that, doesn't matter how many cores you have, that will be your bottleneck. That is something that is improving every now and then. Caps, thank you for a subscription. So yeah, if you actually look at your threads, you're gonna see that you're bound pretty much when playing Mortal 9. And at least one thread is hitting 100%. And that is kind of the more common CPU bound for a game. So I was interested in seeing that the new Intel CPU 12,000 something series that is actually utilizing some of the cores to be fast efficient for gaming, that could actually push this game quite a bit forward as well, or should push it a little bit forward. We got a 39 and get shit FPS. I got that card too, and I'm around 200 to 300 FPS at top. And when I'm at the worst places or having 100 players on the screen, I'm around 40 FPS, which is perfectly fine when it comes to 100 players in the detail of level that our game offers. And pretty much compared to any other MMO that I played, that is very impressive numbers. Ryzen 7 1080, I have no lag. Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess it's all, to a degree, obviously, it comes down to, is there an issue or not, you know, drivers, etc. That can be a component. But then in those, I guess it comes down a lot to some CS gamers that needs those 240 FPS. If you can't reach those numbers when you're fighting, everything sucks, you know. But that is kind of a false and wrong expectation when it comes to a game like this. You can't rely on such frame rate because the actual whole network system doesn't even allow that kind of refresh rate. So that is just like putting, how do I describe it? You know, removing the Ferrari engine and put a Volkswagen engine in a Ferrari chassis. Do you know what I mean? Will the UEFI switch port cause a full player data wipe? No.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Screeching Psycho. Thank you for the subscription. Ricoriosaur. Thank you for the subscription. Got 3060 laptop and runs great at Epic. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's, you know, obviously we need to look closer when it comes to good computers having unexpectedly low performance. You know, if there's an issue, you know, corrupt cache files in any way that causes performance problems. There could be cases like that. So obviously it's something we need to look closer at. But overall, performance is good when things are working as intended in terms of client. God of War, thank you for the donation. A small gaze needs chest access and will be good. Yes, we know. I'm gonna cover that one just in a moment. What is being done to stop hackers flying around? Yeah, obviously, when we write or talk about backend on one line on a patch note, one of the biggest backend work is anti-cheat and tools. You know, there's not much more to write about that in a patch note, but yes, obviously, one of the number one thing that we are prioritizing is cheaters that have found their way into the game. So a few things that we're working when it comes to that, and this is, you know, traditional. Any online game always fight and have to battle cheaters. Doesn't matter who you are and what game it is. So that is obviously one of our number one prioritized thing that we need to spend a lot of time on. So as mentioned before, we're using a few different layers here, and we're working closely with Valve and Epic, and obviously doing our own things and checks on the server side to secure those steps, to identify how they are doing things to break our rules, and to shut them out and to keep them out, you know, filling those holes. And that is something that takes a lot of time, unfortunately, but we need to dedicate time for it because we know it's not just going to stop like that. These so-called hacker devs will always continue to do those things as long as there's a game running, and also trying to make money doing that, sadly. So that is something that takes a lot of our time, a lot of our development time. We banned a ton of accounts since the last patch, that when we added additional layers, and tomorrow's patch gonna add additional again. So it's a hard battle, and we prioritize it 100%. The thing is also, a lot of these so-called software hacks is also filled with trojans, virus, and shit. So that is also a big warning and reminder to anyone that wonder, should I try any of those software? First of all, in many cases, you will get shit on your computer, ruin your software. So be careful about that. And number two, it will be permanently banned sooner or later, 100%. And, you know, that's it when it comes to playing in the future. So yeah, you know, it's not only sabotaging gaming experience, it's actually good chance to fuck up your computer. So it's not just something we want to download and play around with. Obviously, we know what we need to look at to prevent it, and that's what we're doing in a safe way. Anyways, could we also somewhere to only post video of evidence features to help with bandwaves, help other games? Yeah, I you know, obviously we appreciate that you report them instantly to our GMs. That allows our GMs to take instant action. You know, take note, make sure that everything follows a specific procedure. And as long as that works as well, you know, we know what's going on right now in the game. We know what they're doing. So obviously we've been working very hard on preventing that from a possibility. But yeah, of course, it's helpful that you guys report players or any suspicious activity, so we can instantly go there and investigate and also take action. So we appreciate that help from you guys as well. Online is a big game. Thanks for all. Thank you. Shall we take a close look at our roadmap points, guys? Shit, my head. I need to take one tray as well, guys. My head haven't been totally fine today. Cheaters along with outsource winning. Yeah, so the cheaters are obviously dealt with. We are banning them and removing their items along with, you know, following up on all that, so they don't have an impact. And yes, so the alt servers is a temporary solution, as we mentioned before. And tomorrow's patch will give us a very clear picture where we stand performance-wise, capacity-wise. The goal is to get the alts removed as soon as we can. We're going to remove one tomorrow and keep one alt closed, but enable that we can enable it. We're going to start with the main and follow that progression tomorrow from early morning. And that's going to give us an insight exactly where we stand. No, the roadmap is not finalized and done, so that's why it's not on the website yet. But I have gathered points from it because I wanted to share a little bit with you today. You know, I've been saying that the roadmap is on the way, and you know, so I thought it was time to actually share a little bit about it, and we can talk about some of the points so you get a better view and expectation of what is. You lie a lot. What lie have I told Heath? That is an odd statement. I try to be very careful when I choose my words in terms of what we're doing and how. So if there's a lie somewhere, I will correct it. All right, so let me see if I can find the points. What are you talking about? So that 100K, I've tried to, you know, explain quite a few times, and I guess it's gonna stick forever because it, you know, it wasn't clear enough. So I got questions from share owners, players, you know, and we tried to cover those as efficiently as possible in updates, etc. So there's one question was, what is the main capacity in total when it comes to adding all hardware, servers, havens, all those combined surpasses 100,000. But that is obviously not the same thing as Myrland can handle 100,000. And I think that is what people were expecting or thinking, that that's what we said. Myrland can cover 100,000 players. And I've said many, many times that obviously just look at the physical land space. How would 100,000 players even fit on that continent? Not possible, right? The only way to grow into those numbers over time online is obviously have a growing population base and multiple continents. That is the only way. So, no, you know, it's not a misunderstanding from your point of view. It is, like I said, our communication, how we posted it, and how that is interpreted, obviously starts from our end, right? So if that wasn't clear enough, then obviously we have failed in terms of that. And that is why I tried to correct that statement many, many times to make sure that people know what we mean and can, you know, hopefully, you know, clear that to others as well. Yeah, so we don't know the exact number yet on Myrland, and we never known other than when we calculate capacity per node. That is something we still can calculate and cover, but as we all saw when we released, a whole new bottleneck occurred when we reached a certain number that no simulation or beta stress test, open stress test could show us, because we didn't reach those numbers. Unfortunate, and that is the reality where we are, and that just forced us to go working on that specific area. And that's why we haven't working on the roadmap since release. So we've been absolutely still due to that component, and that is obviously just a hit on our end when it comes to not following the schedule when we need it to do or be. Wagon on one node with the server catching fire. So that is one of the things that we also noticed. So when there were a decent amount of players spread out on Myrland, things were fine, right? And then a large group decided to fight each other's. Did you just take a shot? No, it was Treo from my head. I got a headache right now, which is, yeah. So, yeah, like I said, a huge group decided to fight, which caused a high load of packages going through the servers to the main component. And that's when the whole server started to lag. I'm sure you have experienced some of that, especially since we launched. So that's you know, the big thing on the back end, network optimization, it says on the patch note. That is, you know, the cure to that. And we took the first step in our last week's patch. Since then, we have monitoring the same type of large-scale fights without any single lag or any single strain at all on the server where that bottleneck were previously. So that is a very, you know, for us, a big victory. The next step, the one we plan to deliver tomorrow, will further increase this to a degree where it's multi-threaded supported, so we can pretty much add infinite amount of CPUs to continue push that number. And that's where we need to go on all areas until we're happy with the number of players per continent. Sorry. So tomorrow's patch is very, very important for us when it comes to see exactly where we stand on real player numbers on Myrland. All right, I'm gonna put on our roadmap for the coming months. So again, I want to be very clear here now, so I don't get to hear that I'm a liar in my upcoming streams, because, you know, that is something I'm very strongly against. I want to be as clear as possible, and hopefully my message is clear when I do these streams or communicate in any way. You know, English is my second language, so bear with me if I word something wrong or badly. But yeah, you know, I guess I can be as clear as possible. Then hopefully, hopefully, it will be without any confusion. Let me find. All right. So here is quite a few things. Again, I want to be very clear here now. This is several months forward. We haven't set the exact time frame. So the next meeting we're gonna have is putting these into the roadmap, obviously in the more accurate, exact time scale. So you will see in what order they come. I can already flag for that ships is one of the latest, last, I would say, feature on this list. So again, the list is not accurate in terms of order. That list comes on the roadmap that we're gonna put on the website maybe next week. TC next, I saw it, liar. What? Come on, are we kids or are we serious? So again, we haven't set any time frame at all. I just wanna go through a little bit what we're looking at in the upcoming months. And like I said, the order is not accurate either. We are kids. No, I'm quite surprised that we have a quite older average, both in our community and, I mean, I can't say for every stream, obviously, but quite impressed of the average we have. Spoof, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
All right. So sorry about that.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
Thank you for the subscriptions. So okay, just very briefly to go through what this is. Many of them is obviously self-explanatory. Wagons is misspelled, indeed. Again, I tried to bring something interesting enough for these streams, and yeah, it was quickly put together, and I didn't do a spell check. Sorry about that. So there's a few things. Obviously, like I mentioned before, you don't see everything going in on the roadmap. We try to highlight interesting awaited things on the roadmap. And there are natural things like the next continent that is being worked on as well, that will be addressed as well when we are more ready to take that step. So TC construction, what that is TC comes in a few steps. It's a very big system that can be developed into infinity. It all depends on what we want, what are we missing, or what will you like to see next in terms of TC content. So that is, I would say, more ever expanding feature, and we could go back and forth into that feature for even years to come, depending on what we would like to have in a game when it comes to TC. So what we start out with that we know is vital for TC is that you will be able to obviously hire your priests, stable keepers, and security. So there are those first pillars that is, helping you to run your own city pretty much, and don't have to be fully rely on the current NPC cities in the world. So it will start with those core component that helps or most wanted or needed to run your own city. So that will be broken more down in exactly what points there will be in TC. So yeah, territory control. So if you, for instance, claim one of the keep locations in the world, you have the walls and you have where you can build your city pretty much. And if you are to build a village, building your house or stronghold, you will be able to upgrade and use services in those houses as well to expand into a possible village if you build together. So again, that comes in steps. Bounty and flagging system. So that is an important part that will help when it comes to some of the struggle that happens when it comes to the flagging, murders, and balancing those parts. So that is also split up in a few steps. So first of all, there will be a system that allows you to force declarate a war on a guild if there are some terms met. There's a cost fee to engage, start a war, and there's upkeep to run a war. But that will allow you to, so for instance, any guild that have certain hostility activity within its members, that will allow any guild to declare war against this guild, and it can be a forced declared war due to those terms being met, and that obviously means that you will be able to fight them. We don't intend the current nation cities to be chaotic in terms of people having wars in front of the guards, in a civil nation like Tinrem Empire, for instance. That wouldn't make sense. And we also, want to follow that kind of logic that if you go to the Tinremic Bank, if you're welcomed by that nation, then you should feel some kind of security by being there by the guards, for instance. So, but as soon as you leave those areas, then obviously that means if you're at war against someone, you have to take care of that conflict. So that is some part of that, and also the bounty system that we've been talking about. That is the thing when it comes to being a murderer. So nation standings being banned or not, or allowed or not, being protected by those nations is one thing. If you are a murderer, that means that bounty hunters can take work and hunt those murderers down. And when you have that right, you actually have their killing rights even within nations. So that means, and it's a very cool system that again is quite inspired by Star Wars Galaxies, one of my favorite MMOs back in the old days when it was an awesome game. Okay, so do I have a mod that can remove this drunky guy that are spamming that he likes hacks all the time? I think that is a little on the top now, right? We will ban any cheaters, including you, for spamming. So yeah, Bounty Hunter. Just in short, it's a very cool system that was awesome in Star Wars Galaxies. Just in short, I want to go through it. So, right. So you go to a Bounty Hunter, you pay the Bounty Hunter NPC a fee, and you will get a kill deed, kill rights, along with some information. They have scouted a possible murderer somewhere in the world. You will get his distance to you, approximately distance, and direction in the world. And then he also actually will sell some wares for the bounty hunters to use, depending on his ranking there eventually as well, where there can be some cool stuff to get from being a more successful bounty hunter. So in this case, we're looking at a possible pigeon or a falcon that you can actually buy from this NPC bounty hunter. And so you had rights and you start moving ahead. He may be having I'm X thousand meters northwest or whatever it can be. You start going there and you can have more of these pigeon with you. You send them out, or again, a falcon or whatever we call it, that will continue to scout this player. So we get a new update with some delay. So if he's on the move, then obviously it will be more tricky. You may have more scouts to find him or track him down. But if he's slowly moving, you will eventually catch up with him. And that means you can kill him on sight, even in cities, because you have the kill rights for it. And you can bring his head and go back to the bounty hunter. You will get a reward. You will get some specific bounty hunter rewards as well. And players will also be able to put bounties on player heads as a bonus that you can also get if that is possible for you. So it's a cool system that allows players to hunt reds if they want to. And it's also one of those consequences for reds that you're never safe, even in cities. So it's a cool system. And again, it was quite inspired by the bounty hunter system from Star Wars Galaxies. Bounty hunters hunting Jedi Knights, for instance. It's a really cool system. So we want to try that, obviously, in our approach to see if it works. We believe it can be a cool system. So just very short in general how that will work. So again, that means all of a sudden murderers and bounty hunters will play a more specific role for those that are interested. You're literally punishing red players. No, so this is what we have, talked about quite a lot. So being a murderer is one thing. Being on a proper standing with a nation is one thing, and that is if you're participating in this. Obviously, if you don't want to be bounty hunted as an evil murderer, just like in real life, then obviously you need to consider not killing, being a murderer. And we're also putting in proper tools to actually have your real wars. So there's no excuse anymore for not having enough PvP, fighting against guilds, and finally not being forced to get murder counts. So if you don't want to be a murderer, you can avoid being a murderer. If you want to have big wars, fighting guilds, nations, you will be able to do that now with this system, and you don't have to collect murder counts. But if you want to play a red player, a murderer, then that is part of the bounty system. That's just simply how it is. So it's not about punishing red players. It's about, do you want to be a bounty hunter and a murderer and participate in that conflict or not? You know, it's your choice. If you hate being hunted, don't become red. You know, do other activities that involves PvP if you want to do PvP, that is. Kilex, yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. So that is why these systems are so important. So now when you can actually declare war, for instance, you won't be collecting murder counts. One of the most common explanation I've got from many of you guys lately is that, no, we don't want to declare war against these because they can jump us when we AFK in a bank or whatever. You know, we don't want to take that risk. So we don't declare wars. We rather kill them, get murder counts, and do partial runs. You know, that's how many players are doing it right now. So obviously that is something we want to give real options for. So rather than feeling forced to do that, we want to make sure that you can do these declared wars, because if you fulfill those requirements, and there will be no fighting in the nation banks or nation guard areas, which means you can still chill at the bank or in your own house or city or wherever you want to, and then you can fight on the right terms without getting murder counts. So do you see the big difference here? We need those components in, so you can, if you are into PvP and wars, you will have a lot of that without caring at all when it comes to getting murder counts, if that's not what you want to do. And yeah, there will be some lawless areas, such as Galkor, Kranish, you know, the specific lawless areas, towns, that there are no option whatsoever, no matter what conflict you are in. No one cares about the wars or the murder counts. They need house functionality so they can get player as an outlaw or unban it as city limits. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. That's why we're adding those functions in TC and housing. So we're getting all of those components that gives you enough tool to choose. Do I want to become a famous murderer? That's what I want to do. And I want to get hunted by bounty hunters because I think that is fun. Just like in Star Wars Galaxies, there may be those players doing that, right? I may want to do big wars constantly. I want to siege my enemies. I want to fight them constantly. I want to declare war against them. And I can do that. You know, there will be proper tools and options for what your interest is, without feeling forced to run partial runs because you get murder counts, or that you can't live in your keep house because you are lacking a priest function, storage, and all that. So that is exactly what we're focusing on, to give those options. So obviously a lot of these functions ties together, right? They're important next to each others. Please add more red priests. That is up to you, because you will hire the red priests or blue priests, whatever you want to. When a bounty hunter kills me, is my bounty then cleared? So there will be obviously a system behind this, how it tracks when you become a possible bounty on someone, and when that have been fulfilled. You know, there's a grace period where you won't be hunted again for a certain amount of time, and also depending on the bounty and stats on your head, that is a factor. Will lawless towns get stables? Do you mean Kranish and Galkor? Yes. There are stables. Please repair fishing. What do you mean repair? It's working. We have no specific bug or broken part reported so far. People are playing, or people are fishing quite a lot and exploring it. Strife Tech TV, when do you think the game will be in a state that justify multi-sub? Currently there's so many missing and broken components. So yeah, as I mentioned when I started the stream, everything got put on hold since release because of backend content focus. And that's exactly what we've been delivering on every week rather than content roadmap stuff. So this is when we get, now we're getting close to actually start working on the roadmap next to continuous important fixes and polishing the world. So obviously we need to make sure that the backend work as intended. And that is why we are pushing this next patch tomorrow early morning. That will finally give us some accurate data on the main capacity on all the areas that we have been, struggling very hard on since release. So we haven't set the date yet when we are, progressing to the next step. There are some very important milestones for us. Obviously getting the core backend where it needs to be. Hopefully we will take a very big step tomorrow so we can start proceeding on other areas at the same time. And we are working with Epic Games when it comes to having a release date on their platform as well. Obviously we want to make sure that a release on that platform is stable and being in the roadmap development progress, which is the weekly updates with interesting content going in very frequently. That is where we need to be. So it's exciting every second week. There's something cool going in, something exciting, good updates. So it helps to add a lot of sand in the sandbox, a lot of different roads and areas for all types of player styles to enjoy. All right, so Necromancy, you all know what that is. It will be quite similar to how it was in the first game, the Magic School, with some specific changes and tweaks on the spells and the ritual part of building your pets. So that Magic School is quite important. It gives you additional tools to work against, players and pets in different ways. You can run at the same time as you're casting the spells. So gives mages a wider options of, playing a mage using that Magic School. And also some important spells when it comes to countering some specific things and pets and so on. So it's an important school, and it's also the school that you guys voted on. So it's a perfect match since we want that in early on. Beast Mastery. So Beast Mastery is also very important when it comes to domination and pets in general, because it's a very important balance factor how you can utilize very powerful creatures, but along with that power comes added greater risk, but also require more player skills to utilize that creature. Something we lacked in the first game, which we weren't too happy about when it comes to player skills. We always try to show that Mortal 9 is a game that focuses heavily on player skills, and it should be in all ways engagement, both PvP and PvE. So that is the part we want to refine. Add more player skills and timing and tools along with powerful pets that Dominators, Tamers, Necromancy and some other schools will obtain with pets. We will get more lawless towns. No, we have all the cities in Milan that is supposed to be there, The all other cities is up to you. You can build lawless towns or not. And it plans to making crafting more unique. So we only have 5 pieces for each component right now. Obviously, there will be packs of many more. And we also just finished the legendary Grandmaster function for all weapons. And now we're working on the armors as well. And what that is when you can make unique weapons, pretty much. Mostly visually unique. And that is what a Grandmaster Smith can do. So there will be everything from common to rare to almost unique components that the Grandmaster can use to craft unique weapons and armors soon as well. So it's not on the roadmap, but it's one of those that are, it's been done. There's a lot of artwork going on in the background that will be added, as soon as it's done in one of our upcoming patches. Going to ignore fist weapons altogether? No. So dual weapons and fist weapons, throwing weapons, crossbows, they are not mentioned in the roadmap. Those are all weapon groups and types that will come as well. We simply haven't put them in a time frame at this point. It also depends quite a bit on our prioritize order and the amount of developers we may obtain over this year. And I'm gonna take a few examples of that, how that is affect our additional updates as well. I will get to that in a moment as well. The bounty system, penalty system for rare players, that will be fine if there's a competing mechanic. What are you planning to do to make it worth the risk as a murderer? If no one wants to murder, there will be no bounty. So there's an obvious, incentive for many players to go murder, which happens every day in the game. That is killing someone and stealing their loot from outside the cities, from someone just finished a raid in a camp or finishing some bosses or dungeons, and bam, there is murderers killing them and taking all of it. That is obviously both a risk but also a high reward for those doing it. So obviously they are already winning by big numbers, but there's no real counter to that. There is no incentive for blue groups of players to run around and find these, because one, it's quite difficult. Where do they strike, right? And two, they're not prepared and they don't know where they are. But now there is a small risk added, a pretty cool system risk added that actually makes it, in many cases, make it exciting for both sides that want to have this kind of, thief and police hunt. There's always those that want to play on the evil bad side, and there are hopefully those that want to play on the good side as well. As we can see in many cases, there are guilds that are running around trying to keep the peace around Fabiano, for instance, fighting off murderers and heathens, as they call it. So I think that this just add additional depth and layers for that could excite both sides of the party here. Now murderers have to kind of watch over their shoulders for once, which is just naturally, just like in real life. We haven't had those tools or risk and consequences until these systems are being deployed. Glad to hear a Star Wars Galaxy fan. So many great systems. I would love to see more than 2. Yeah, so my number one game is Ultima Line when I started playing that. And then when Star Wars Galaxy released, I played that a ton as well, and I really enjoy that game. Both of those games is most likely my two favorite sandbox MMOs in all time. They have really good components, and I really enjoy both of them for many, many years until Trammel hit Ultima Line, and until the Jedi rules changed in Star Wars Galaxies and every single player became a Jedi. Just ruined it all, sadly. So yeah, we're trying to take those golden components from both those games, convert them to the Mortal style and universe, and building back that true awesome sandbox MMO experience is our goal. I'm way behind. What server did you play on UO? I played on Chesapeake or Chesapeake or however you pronounce it. There were no Europe server when the game released, so I played on the American server on my 28.8 dial-up modem. So it was horrible, but I looked past that because it was the coolest experience in my life. Back in 1996, I started as a beta player for Origin, and then it released 97, I think, and I played it for straight 10, 11 years. Enjoyed it so much and thought this is the future of gaming. This is awesome. Nothing gets close to it. And then things got changed, and there's been nothing close to UO or even Star Wars Galaxies since then. And I think it's super unfortunate because there's many new generation of gamers that don't have a clue about what a golden true sandbox gem could be experience-wise. I mean, there's many good online games, today, extremely successful, but I think it's sad that there's nothing in terms of a true golden sandbox MMO. And I'm sure that many of those new players that have never played those old gems will enjoy Mortal Online a lot. And we've already seen that heavily started since the beta, when completely new players got into the beta, had no clue about Mortal Online, instantly told us, holy shit, this is an awesome game. Why haven't I heard about it? That, showed us that there's a whole new generation of MMO players that are looking for something like this. And it's going to be a very exciting future for sure. There's so many cool functions coming in now when we go back to the roadmap. And I'm very sure that many MMO players will enjoy it. And obviously many of them will not, because of the nature of a true sandbox game with full freedom of the players. The players are the main components, player interaction and traits, What about EVE Online? Yeah, I did play EVE Online as well when it released, and I did enjoy it. I have played that on and off over the years as well. Kept my skill books going, even though I haven't been active for quite a few years. So overall, I liked EVE Online. Quite a few things that I enjoyed. A few things that I was lacking quite quickly was that the full control over ships, and more variation of what I could do in this sandbox. If you think about it, doing missions, number one, and then crafting, getting resources, building a corp, and then eventually taking those big step, building things in the galaxy, cool things. But I thought that there was something missing in terms of, as I said, manual control and more options to do rather than just mine and do missions. And then obviously the PvP part. But the PvP part, I was also struggling a little bit when it comes to, if you have one wrong equipment on a ship, game over. No chance. Warp scrambler, anti-scramblers, all that. Scissor, stone, those rules that made it, if I didn't have the right equipment, game over. No player skills in the world of knowledge will save you if you didn't have those components. So some of those parts I wasn't super happy with, that I prefer when it comes to UO, Star Wars Galaxies. So yeah, that's my view on it at least. But yeah. If you play EVE, then you know how important of MC vendors not controlling the economy. For sure, that is why we are heavily promoting player interaction and trades, and everything is player driven when it comes to building anything useful or powerful in Mortal Online. The players are the crafters. they get to figure out how to extract things, how to build things. Everything is player driven in Mortal Line, very similar to how it was in Evil Line, and that was, yes, a very strong component that I enjoyed very much in Eve. Another thing about Evil Line is the gradual increase in danger going from high sec to low sec null space. Yeah, that is true. I think that is a thing that almost were more safe for players. That is more difficult when it comes to Mortal Line, because just exactly as you said, when you're out in the wild, that's it. It's null sec instantly. There's no police running around in the whole world. So yeah, but that is also why we want enough incentive and exciting components for those that love PvP wars and such, so they can actually go deep into those fields and don't have to, linger around and harass innocent noobs taking their first step out in the world. So we really want to get to these points in the roadmap to give those incentives and areas so they're spread out to those rightful areas that they are actually interested in. And also adding those components with risk-reward consequences. Oh my god. Spoof. Yes. Thank you so much for buying one of our awesome ammo mugs. Appreciate it. Yeah, so the point behind this roadmap is that every single stream I've done now, because everyone is asking, when is this coming? Are you going to do this? Are we going to have this? My response have been becoming quite boringly repetitive. That yes, we're getting close to have fully ironed out the roadmap, and we're going to post it on the website. So I thought, since there's a huge interest and the question keep coming, why not just go through very quickly? This is the upcoming roadmap that we are working on right now. We're going to just put dates on them. So these X amount points will be in the first, and then we have the second roadmap, etc. So 7 months, obviously, until we have all of these points in the game. But I want to go through them, discuss them a little bit with you. It's also always an interesting opportunity for us to see the interest behind them. In some cases, we may choose which one should we do first, this one or that, because obviously all developers can't be working on the same thing at the same time. But also, again, we can only do a few things at this simultaneously. So if you guys show a huge interest in one thing over another one, and that is one of those things we are thinking, which one should we do first? That, then obviously we pick that one that you express you would like to have before someone else. So yeah, disagree. Skill more important than ship build in many cases. Yeah, I'm not saying that you don't rely on player skills and knowledge in Evil Line. Obviously you do greatly, but what I just meant that I was lacking more reliable on my Twitch player skills over if I had the wrong layout on my ship. Obviously if I have the wrong ship and not the right fittings, it's game over. There's no chance at all. It's game over 100% if I goes into a certain circumstance and being engaged in PvP. So you have to go out with the mind that I'm prepared for PvP. Then yes, it relied on player skills. But you see my difference, what I mean here. And that's the big thing we wanted to change in Mortal Line, for instance. And that was also a thing we suffered from in the first game. Now you are both a master grandsmith, weaponsmith, for instance, but you can also be the best foot fighter at the same time. So that means when you're out there mining or doing your own business and PvP happens, you still have, all the chance in the world to be ready on that character. Obviously, if you're fully outnumbered and you're overloaded and you don't have any gear with you, then obviously that would be against you there as well. But what I mean is that you can always run. For instance, you can drop stuff and run, and you couldn't do that if you were caught in Evil Line. So I hope it makes sense a little bit what I'm talking about in terms of the options when it comes to the player skills. Yeah, the Gal core area will not have any nation
Oh my god.
conflict, so there will be a lawless zone added in that area shortly, so there will be no loss. Content guild down. A lot of small guilds are suffering from storage space and lack of multiple use inside stronghold houses. Yeah. So I'm gonna jump to I have it here. Yeah, house function. Mid number 2 on the roadmap here. House functions. It's not. We're not putting house function that late in a roadmap. It's actually one of the first ones in the upcoming roadmap. What that includes are exactly this. So we know that for everyone to be able to utilize houses and those tools, we need to implement some of those missing very important tools, such as co-ownership. You will also be able to set password ranks on the house access, including chests. So you can access certain layers in your house and storages by getting passwords from the house owner, from house to stronghold. And we're looking at adding 2 layers there, so you can still be the stronghold owner and kind of secure the upper level storage for you yourself, and you can enable the lower floors full access for your friends, for instance. So password, why not give privs to certain people? Yeah, so again, one of the most important things for our game, and will always be, is performance, right? There's such importance when it comes to everything we build needs to work in large scale. And now when we're working on expanding that capacity, we need to make sure that we don't wreck that by adding bad function that simply wreck performance in many different ways, both on the server side, but also client side. And yeah, many of these, without going too deep into the technical aspect of it, there's different ways of giving access to hundreds, eventually thousands of players. If we do that in a wrong way, and how client obtain the data and how the server handles it, we're going to look at either small scale or large scale, depending on how we do that. So we need to be very clever in terms of how we give players the opportunity to decorate a house into a very deep level, and also how we allow players to give access to friends and guilds that keep growing, right? So in this case, we don't want a list of friends that access certain things in the houses because, again, performance. That is the short explanation behind it. So we had to find ways how to give the same kind of scalability, but bypassing a huge cost on different parts of the servers. And one way that allows us to give you a very good full control without wrecking any performance areas in our server is by giving you layers of passwords, for instance. And we also know that a lot of people got used to using passwords in games like Rust and such, right? So it's not news, and it's something that many players are commonly used to today. So yeah, that is why we will give password levels on any housing, stronghold, etc., to give you the opportunity, or give you the options to give your friends and guilds access in that way. So I hope that makes sense. Yes, on regular houses as well. I call houses up to stronghold the same category. It's the same kind of rules. It's just different sizes and more options. Right. So that is how housing functions. And like I said, it's one of the first ones on our list because we know how important this is for you to make full use of a house up to a stronghold and give your friends and guilds access to this. You can, co-own it more. And being able to trade your house, sell houses, that will also be included. And yeah, clay resets. Right. So it's on the left side, clay respec. That is also one of those that is in the upcoming one. So there's a few of these that is on the next big patch, that is a content patch. So like I said, we will put the final roadmap on the website shortly, and you will see these functions that I just talked about being in that first content update patch. So yeah, so the exact time frame will be more clear for sure when we post the roadmap. Clay gifts needs to be as soon as possible. Yes, exactly, and that is why it will be in the first content patch. When can we expect housing functionality is this to be implemented? That is all I want, is a timeline, like days, weeks, month. Okay, Lux. So yeah, exactly what I talked about. So clay respec housing functions will be in the first patch. And that is, so our next patch that we're gonna publish is that one. That's when we go back to roadmap updates. Now we have, like I mentioned, one patch tomorrow. And obviously it's very important that that patch fulfill those goals that we have set up. But even though there are still a few steps left on the back end, we will start utilizing our team on the roadmap. Because again, every developer can only do certain things in a development. So when they're finished with their requirement, then obviously they need to go on to the next one. And some of them work on upcoming stuff, some of them on polish and bug fixing, and some of them on backend stuff. But finally, we will start working on the roadmap content updates, starting in the next patches. So that means also finally you will start seeing those more exciting functions going into the game and not just backend stuff. What about enhanced trinkets such as magic, rest, etc.? So if we look at the roadmap on, where do we have it? Don't we have it? Yes, on the left side, middle, trinkets. So trinkets was a huge success in Model 1. It gave a lot of value in the game, just instantly, and it just exploded. At first, people were a little bit hesitating. I know I misspelled wagons. Sorry. I just got this as a picture very quickly from one of my guys, and I just wrote it very quickly. So yeah, ignore that spelling. I can't change it now because it's a picture. But yes, right. So the trinkets, we knew that for us to make the trinket system a huge, deep, complex system that people can rely on heavily, farm them, trade them, and do nifty builds using them, there was only one option. That is to make them soul bound to your character, kind of like Lords of the Ring. The ring chooses you. That kind of explanation behind it. So as soon as you equip a ring or an amulet, it will magically bound to you. It chooses you, and it will have 3 charges of power. And every time you die, it loses one of these 3 charges. You can reload these charges with money. So it's a money sink, very importantly so. And it's also the small penalty you get when you actually die using one. So that means you can go very deep finding your specific ring combination and amulet combination for your build that further refines it in a unique way. And the only way to give it that kind of value is by actually doing it, making it soul bound. And we do need money sinks in the game in different areas where it makes sense, and tied to this as well. So there's always a good value in money in the different currencies that we have in the game. So it became very successful when we enabled the trinkets in Mortal 9. People were hunting them day and night, trading them, trying to find their different unique builds, which just added additional layer of depth and options to the players. So really cool function. So that is the trinkets. You can carry 2 rings and 1 amulet. And there are 2 differences on the ring and amulet. One can give you skill bonuses, primary skill bonuses, while the other gives you stat bonuses. They can increase your cap, but also add normally stat points, just like like clay gifts. So yeah, so that if you have rings and amulets in your inventory, in your bag, they are not bound to you, so then you can still lose them. So that is something to consider. So you always need to be careful until you're actually carrying them. I can talk about Alchemy Effect. Yeah, so Alchemy, where do we have it? We have it here, right? Yeah, button mid, Alchemy Effect. So what that means is there are several magical components that we will add into Alchemy. And just to give a few examples. So one important one that we're missing currently is H modification. So there will be magical effects that you can include in your potions that will actually affect your H. So when you discover those ingredients, you can go up in H or down in H by drinking those potions. Similar how you do growth or shrink food today. So that is one. And then obviously there will be additional types of effects that you can drink or make potions of that can be very useful in different situations. So simply new magical component that allows you to build new types of potions. What about temporary stat buff in potions? Yeah, so we have several types of effects on the list that we want to have in Alchemy. Some of them are quite sensitive that we always try to be very careful. For instance, mana potions. You can understand how that very severely affects PvP, for instance. We want to make sure that we don't completely change the balance of all PvP in the future. And, more and more magic school is arriving that's going to give mages very powerful and different types of spells. If you can constantly drink mana and throw out these powerful spells, it will have a huge impact on the balance. So that is why you don't have those instant mana refill potions. We have a specific component that gives some mana regen, but we're very careful when it comes to certain effects. One of them, for instance, is fully refill your mana, especially since we know there are going to be some crazy spells in the future. So we want to be careful. And yeah, same thing if you can drink infinite amount of stamina, it completely changes the PvP balance. Stamina management is one of the key in PvP outcome. A huge player skills involved in stamina management. Obviously, if you throw out the window, just popping pots, then again, that completely changes. So we are very careful about many of the effects, but there's a very exciting list of effects that we will add, and also over time. And a possibility in the future to change the size of the house, small to medium. We intend to add such options, yes. You can set it in the construction state, upgrade it and change it as long as the rules in that location is approved, and then you finish the construction into that upgrade. We intend to add that, yes, because we will also add additional types of houses, but not only that, also clade inspired type of structures. So obviously over time you you want to most likely change the style of your house or convert it into something else. And we don't want you to have to deconstruct, demolish it, and go through pure hell when we feel it more logical to give you a function that, you know, allow you to set it towards that state in a more convenient way. So yes, that is planned for as well, especially along when we add those new structures. Constructor sharing be prioritized soon, please. Yes, it is already on the top of the list for our next patch. It is the housing function here that is in the mid section. Again, these one are not in a specific correct order, but housing, functions, clade respec are two of those that goes in the first content update patch. Just sharing, yes. So along with those house functions is house owner will be able to make a co-owner of the house, but it will also set password access to certain parts of the house. So getting access, opening the door, and access certain chests that you choose as owner, you can use a password to access those. So that will be a very solid options. You know, we noticed that gamers are not as hardcore today as we used to be in Ultima Online era. You know, you had a key and that's it. You couldn't even change the lock initially, which of course a bit crazy, right? Because you will lose your key sooner or later. But we were inspired by that kind of start. So, but that means if you lose your key, they can get in until you change the lock. And it turned out when we look on how the player plays the game, people are not using the keys because of that risk. So that means we have a function that isn't utilized in a way that is intended. So that's why we're going to replace it with password. We had a password function in the first game as well when it comes to accessing keeps. So, and that was working very well. People enjoy that. So we're going to add that function again to housing and upwards. Yes, tomorrow morning is the plan to release the patch. So a very important backend patch. I call it the boring patch. Don't get overly excited in terms of features because it's not one of those patches yet. That comes next. Thank you for the key change. Yeah, you know, it makes sense. Spies enjoy that shit. Yeah, but when we saw that 99% stopped using keys, it doesn't really even give the option to do those key stunts. And if that is never happening, then we don't really see a use behind it. So the password function will give, you know, a more meaningful function to everyone. What about the gore system? All right, so gore system. So there's a few things in this system. So one of the thing, obviously, when there's a fight, there's so many small, subtle things that just simply adds to the experience and the feeling when you really feel satisfied by your fightings and effects. Feedback is very important when it comes to increasing the value behind a fight. So we built a system that is the core foundation for this system, and that is the mercy system. So when you put someone in mercy state, we have a lot of different support to do some pretty cool things. So what we're going to do is obviously add more interesting features and visual effects that give you feedback. You know, for instance, specific cool collision will add some really cool spark effects flying around. You know, blood effects in a new way, improved way that give you better indication of did I do something, you know, perfectly dangerous, etc. And there will be some crazy fatality moves as well. So simply improving and adding to the satisfaction of feedback and also, you know, simply the fighting experience. And that also gives us the option to there are going to be specific enemies in the game world that just run at you in an army, and now you can just butcher through them in a new way. If you butcher through them today, you put them all one at a time into mercy mode, and then you do the kill hit, right? We want to make sure that we have the option now to do just give you an example, like Left 4 Dead, right? You're mangling through a wall of zombies, for instance, just slaughter them through them. That is also what we are getting the option to do here now. So obviously there will be specific enemies that you just cut through in a very satisfaction way without having have to go into a mercy state at all times. So, you know, again, just adding nice experience when it comes to different fights. I mean, one of the things we know is how important this is when we start in the beta, when people starting to bash the walkers, finishing them off. It was a very high satisfaction. Every new player said, wow, shit, that felt great. Oh my god, you know, that was a high reward feedback very early on, which is very important. But we want to expand on that and make it even cooler in different ways also, and expand on it. So yeah, that is pretty much what's behind that one. Will this next patch improve player identification for route? Yes, this patch, the boring patch, tomorrow morning, will allow you to identify any player as soon as you can identify any NPC or creature. You know, when you hold on someone, when they're quite far away, as soon as you can see any name. Today you see them as humanoids, right? There will be no more humanoids. As soon as you can target them, you will see the real name and guild. So yes, that is one of the big improvements on that. Okay, pet riding is not on a... So, let me see. Okay, so pet equipment. This is the thing. Again, it was quite quickly put together. There's obviously a few things missing here. But pet equipment is actually a few things. And this is also what I talked about a little bit earlier when I said I was going back to. Depending on the expansion we're doing now, we are planning to expand the team. As you know, we are already doing that. We are expanding our animation team. One of the important or one of the bottlenecks we have right now on adding more mounts and creature equipment is the bottleneck is animation manpower. So we have a very cool support system now, and we showed you that earlier, how robust and dynamic it is when I, in one stream, mounted a player. You know, you can sit on the shoulder and walk around, and the player can actually wield his weapon on my shoulders, which is pretty cool. That was just to show that now we can mount anything in the game. We just had to set requirements and rules for it, and it's the animation work. So in pet equipment, there's quite a lot in that point actually, and it's something we're gonna add on many patches. It's not just one patch. It's like in maybe every second patch there's something going in from that point. So bear armors and different creature armors and bags is included in that, and mounting them. So every now and then you will be able to mount a new creature, or we will have one of the new mounts. Again, it all depends on animation manpower we have. We have a few candidates we're looking at right now. Hopefully that will work out well, and that means you will have even more from that category in our upcoming patches. Pets are so weak right now. Yeah, and that is because of three very important components. One, you don't have all the pet equipments. That will obviously make them stronger, more durable. 2, you don't have the Beastmaster function that allows you to utilize strong pets and also utilize their strong attacks and special attacks. What was there? 1/3 was that is it? I forgot about it. I thought it was one more point. But yeah, those are at least 2 very important components why they're not fully operational at a wide scale. And yeah, I remember now. One of the fixes tomorrow is that your pet will now attack at all costs, even when the creatures are large. So there's a bug on the current live build where your pets don't attack. That have been fixed in tomorrow's patch. So now they will attack. That is obviously a very important component, right? How does buy order work? So buy order is obviously important component to help the player-driven market. So you will be able to put up a buy order. For instance, you are rich but lazy. You don't want to go mine anymore, and you can say, I want to buy 10,000 Sabora stone or whatever you want to buy, a wood type or anything. You put up the price. I'm buying this in this city, and then players will scout through the buy orders because they may want to make some money or fulfill some buy orders. And they say, hey, I got a lot of stone or rock, or I can do that. I want to do that because I need to work my skills and I want to make some money. He's paying very good for it. And he can fulfill that order, even a small amount or up to the full buy amount. And then you fulfill that order, and you as buy order placement will be able to get that stone whenever you go there, and he will get the money for it. So a very important function for the broker, as you can understand. It will help promoting trades. Henrik, thievery, what new things are coming? Yeah, so thievery is also important feature for the game that quite a lot of players are looking forward to. So in short, it's gonna work in the same way as in the first game, but with 2 important changes, and then there'll be a few more tools for the thief to use. One is you need specific tools to be an efficient thief. So there's a risk cost involved for your possible profits when you do a good theft. So instead of just running around naked, have nothing to lose, and just spam thefts that happen to a high degree in the first game, you will be more a controlled professional thief and plan your thefts rather than just run around, die, resurrect, repeat as a naked thief. So you should blend more, look like a serious citizen, and do a proper theft. Successfully doing so will, obviously give you the rewards. But if you fail, you will also lose these tools, obviously, and the guards may catch you, and there will be a penalty. So that is a important balance factor to make sure that thievery get more exciting to play, but also for the citizens, the targets will, make it more meaningful, balanced. Other component is that we want to tweak the rules behind how you can steal things. People learn that never carry 1 to 2 gold coins, convert them into hundreds of silver coins, because then they're too heavy and they can't be stolen. So bam, you disabled thievery, which obviously wasn't very exciting. So we're going to change that as well. You can take from a stack at increased risk, but you can still steal even though there's big stacks of resources. So a few tweaks in that system. And then there are future tools and components for a thief to use, like disguise kits, so you can make sure that you don't get caught and lose standings if you get caught. So there will be some additional tools for the thief. Yeah, lockpicking comes along with this. We just added or finished also keys and chests in the world. So and that is actually a big component. So for PvE, locations, dungeons, and creatures will now be able to carry keys to certain access in the world and chests So yes, that will help expanding meaningful, interesting PvP in the world. You can still steal. So again, the system of stealing will be changed in terms of you can steal from a stack, but obviously if it's heavy and large, it's an increased failure rate, so it's more difficult. But you will be able to steal almost anything, you know, as long as it's not obviously a boulder you're carrying. You can't steal a boulder, but you see what I mean. You will be able to, where it makes sense, take from a stack. Is there any chance to see Magic School that will use bow as catalyst, for instance, Frozen Arrow? So there are a few schools that include spells that will add certain effects on your fist, weapons, or even arrow. Yes, there's a few cases when that is possible. What helps players detect someone stealing from them? So one thing is, if you're looking at them, the thief failure rate increases tremendously, and you will also see the thief doing a stealing animation. It's quite subtle, but if you see that, there's a high chance that you can call the guards and stop the thief. You also know that he's possibly a thief. So the obvious logical way is to look over your shoulders. So obviously for the thief, this means he will sneak up behind you and act like he's just standing there randomly and not looking into your bag. So it's a very cool encounter. It's quite exciting playing a thief. I played a thief very much in Ultima Online, and obviously very inspired by that feature back from that game. We just refine it for Ultima Online. So watching the player is one big component. The other one is intelligence also helps your character to get an indication that someone is trying to do this in your pocket. So your own awareness, including the character's intelligence, will be helping you defending thievery thefts. And obviously the more players there are looking at someone, the more difficult it will be for the thief. So citizens working together against the thieves is a common thing. Get wrecked all dumb Thurstar and Ogmirs. Obviously, having 10 intelligence, that means you may be an easier target when the thief doing the right things, for sure, yes. So will co-ownership come with this patch too? No, not this patch. The content patch. I can build more than one house on my character. Is that allowed? No. And that is actually something we were testing today. We have not been able to build a second house. So I was wondering, how are you building a second house? We can't make it happen. So there needs to be a work around the mechanic that prevents you from building it. I just heard that it needs to be a different type of the house. So for instance, you can build one small and one large house. Is that the case? I haven't confirmed or tested it. I know our guys are looking into it. But yeah, the rule is one house per account for important reasons. So don't build a second house. You will lose that house very soon. You can build one of each type. So I guess that is how you bypass it then. Yeah, there's no check on difference on the house. Sounds like it. So yeah, that will change. That there will be a check on that, obviously. So one house per account. So yeah, don't go building multiple houses. You will lose those houses. So prepare for that. I've seen people with stronghold and a house. Yeah, so I guess that's the issue then. But yeah, thanks for confirming, and I know our guys are looking into that. So we need to handle that, obviously. Like I said, if you built one now, prepare that that is not allowed, you know. Co-ownership will come in the next content patch. Co-ownership and passwords, those important house functions. So you can share your house and stronghold with your friends and guilds with access. With party system being game, his don't earn clay points after last patch. So, right. So we have built a system. It's not on this patch, but the next patch, where healers now get experience as well. So quite a tricky system I had to build, because a balanced distribution by the experience needs to happen. And obviously we know how important the group's healers are, and if they just have to focus on healing and don't get any experience at all, that is obviously bad. So in the next patch after this one, healers will get clade experience as well. We just also have their own individual passwords. So the house owners will have 2 layers of passwords. So first of all, the house owners choose, is this chest a password protected or house owner protected? And then there will be most likely 2 passwords. So for instance, I can have 2 layers of chest for my friends in my stronghold. You know, those that we may not trust that much, we just give them access to layer 1 chests, give them the password, and those that we trust more, we give them layer 2 password access. And then obviously the owners and co-owners have their private chests on top of these as well. So that should be sufficient control for you and your guild's friends. And yeah, you know, tell me if we missed something crucial here, but I think that covers it all that we need, right? What's one thing you will absolutely not add to the game that people are asking for? I guess a PvP toggle. Not too many have asked for it, and I don't know how many of them are serious, but you know, this is a sandbox, a true sandbox game. There are consequences and more consequences to come, and different options that give you better control of your play styles. But PvP is part of the core of the game. Yeah, like I said, some people are trolling me about it. But there are some PvP RP players that really like the game, that are new to it, and are very afraid of the PvP part for, you know, valid reasons. But the thing is, as soon as they understand the concept and core of it and how they can avoid and adapt to that situation, it's just going to add a more exciting function to it. And, you know, they learn and adapt, and they can survive and, you know, get going. And also, like I said, some important function comes that will pretty much, you know, lower the grief killing of noobs. There will be reason for those that are, you know, simply some players are bored, or, you know, wanna PvP, have wars. They will have plenty of that when these systems are coming in, which also means there will be less noobs being harassed by murderers. So yeah, I think that balance over time, along with the growing population and these systems, will help and promote different play styles and giving them interesting, exciting incentive to play their roles at those locations, and in some part apart from each other's PvP, non-PvPers. But there will always be a clash every now and then, depending on where in the world you may be, and that is part of it. It's part of the risk and excitement and danger as well. So, and we've seen a lot of these casual players have managed to adapt to that and see past that. You know, it's not like World of Warcraft, you grind for months, you have the best gear, and then you lose it when you get killed and rage quit. That's not the case here, right? You can craft a decent gear of armor in no time. Just, you know, walk out, kill an animal or whatever, or just go to the broker and buy a cheap, decent gear, and learn, adapt, getting better, and then you will also know what you may risk losing or not. So, you know, people are getting there and adapting, even though they are completely fresh to the game. So So yeah. I don't know what else feature it would be that is a big no, just like that. But that is one obvious one. Let's see, is there anything else on this list that you're wondering about that isn't self-explanatory that are worth talking about? I mean, they're all important and exciting in obvious different ways. Cooking any plans? So I've been talking to Mats when it comes to cooking. We know that there is some lack of depth and reward in doing complex cooking, which we do want to add to and refine. You know, we haven't had the time to go through what kind of tweaks and refinement we can do to pinpoint that result, but that is the goal behind it. That's all I can say at this point. Table games. So about table games, one of our new guys actually have built the back end for that, and that is done, finished, working. We can actually play Blackjack Immortal Online right now without the right user interface. So it looks like shit, but it plays exactly as Blackjack, and that is awesome. That backend system now, it's finished for Blackjack, but we will also expand it into multiple types of games. And the next missing part is the user interface. Obviously, we need to have the mortal cards, the mortal user interface, dices. So we have the backend for it. So what we want to do here to make it like a juicy game patch is that we want to offer it to any house owner. You can create a casino or whatever we call it, where you can put up one of these tables where you can play similar games, a few different games, and you can invite players to go there, bet their money, and the dealer or the house owner will get, is the bank. So you can actually put up a game and make money out of it. So if you are building a popular city and you are the gamers tavern, not casino obviously, but you see what I mean. You can do a tavern with interesting gaming bets components in different ways. That doesn't fit the lore. It does. Gambling is a very big part actually of the game lore and universe of Mortal. We just simply haven't got to it yet. So there will be some open one in the different cities where you can visit to play games, and you can run those in your own houses as well and invite players. Blackjack is, a very simple old game that everyone knows how to play. It's not complex, but it's, easy and fun, and you can instantly win money. So that's just one of the starting games we have finished. But yes, we plan to obviously add more different game cards. Texas Hold'em is one we want to add also, yes. So in the future, we will do a Texas Hold'em tournament, and it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Can talk about any more expansion to fishing. So fishing, we have all the fishes we intended to have on Myrland. There are several types of fishes that no one have caught yet. Everything is in place where we want it to be. There's a few things we want to refine a little bit, and that is if you overfish an area, it may slow down a little bit. And also we want to refine, we did a few tweaks to it because people found very secure way to infinite fish way too powerful. So we did a nerf there in adding more random fishes with low value that can also bite on that, and reduced some of the sell value to get it under control. The next step is to refine, like I said, the how to pinpoint those valuable fishes and being able to pinpoint them quite accurately, but with some kind of, like I said, balance in terms of overfishing them, specific time where you can catch them and so on. So we're going to refine it a little bit again. There's also one part we want to refine a little bit, and that is the weight and strength behind a pull and when it gets exhausted. So you actually have to be even more careful about not just holding the rod still without reeling in to make it break, but actually let go of it so it struggle and get tired, and then you can reel it in. So it requires even more player skills to get those tricky, strong fishes in. So that is the refinement we want to add. But other than that, we are happy with how it is. And obviously, along with the next continent, you will see twice the amount of fishes to catch. And there will also be treasure bottles, SOS bottles to be found when we have the treasure system in as well. What about reeling in the fish instead of it staying in the same place? What about reeling in the fish? You mean that the line goes in towards you? We discussed that, and that is a whole different project. So, you know, in some cases we have to sacrifice some realism when it comes to if it takes additional 2 or 3 weeks to add, what is the value behind it? Sure, everything is possible as long as performance allows it, but it's also a decision by like we're still around 30 developers. Do we want to occupy this many developers in additional X amount of weeks for that kind of addition? In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. But it also do mean that, you know, in the future, we're expanding even additionally. There's always room for some additional steps forward in some of these areas. So, you know, but we're happy where fishing is today. We have got awesome feedback on fishing. A lot of people are fishing daily and enjoying it. Obviously, we are taking the feedback and seeing how everything is performing as well to make sure it is still running as intended. But like I said, there's a little refinement we want to do to it. Veteran system. All right, so the veteran system, there's one thing with the veteran system that is a little bit unfortunate. So we had a perfect solution how it was supposed to work, which was a player-driven component, which is, again, a little bit inspired by Star Wars Galaxies. So when you got to the master title, you can go to a grandmaster to get that final step in teaching you becoming a grandmaster. And as soon as you're a grandmaster, you can teach other players to become a grandmaster. So they have to trade with you and get that education. And when you do that, you get veteran experience. So it's an interesting player interaction that allows you to become wise, being a mentor for players. And that is an experience you would use to invest into further deepening your knowledge on your character. The problem with this was that we didn't make that system in time. Now you're all grandmasters already. So obviously we can't undo your grandmaster down to master. So we have to find another way how we can do this and still making it interesting, meaningful. So that is kind of why veteran system had been put on hold. That's why we removed it from the character window for now until we have that fully ironed out and then re-enable it again. Should we expect chance in stats and how much skills adds to it? Yeah, maybe that makes sense. You know, in many cases, we want to have the mystery and player knowledge and testing to get that power knowledge. But in some cases, it does make sense that we want to display some facts for the players because, you know, it's useful in that way. So it's always a question. Do we want to have it hidden and secret until the player learn and obtain that knowledge, or do we want to display it just instantly? Those are the questions we need to go through every time we want to do something like that. Guards vendor, will the stronghold houses being able to hire guards vendors? Yes, you will be able to hire different NPC services for your house, stronghold, and keep. Oh yeah, about that, we're also adding. Yeah, that is actually one of the thing in the roadmap, right? A small but nifty feature. You will be able to call guards again. So if you see a criminal, you can call the guards, and if they are on the radius nearby, they will come running to assist you. And you will also be able to do the bank command close to a bank and obtain the bank user interface without having to be in front of him, clicking on him, because we want to help the crowdness function. So people will be able to run close to bank and close to vendors and do the vendor buy bank commands, just like in UO, to simply help. I mean, we have taken steps almost every patch, expanding the door openings, adding more NPCs, and that comes at a cost. So we said, fuck it, UO did it in a good way. Let's do it. So yeah, UO vibes, back to the old good UO commands. We will have that. Can I get a bank? Yep, you will be able to say bank nearby a banker and you will get access. Is text command like bank? So we're gonna add more hotkeys and functions as well, where you can do these commands, say phrases with a button click, because the players want it, and we see that as a good quality of life function. So yeah, eventually in one of these upcoming as well. How are the wagons going to work? So Wagon is quite important function when it comes to obviously big transporting of heavy goods, doing different tasks, and also when you run your own city, to realize the profits of your vendors and deeds and trades in your city, you have to do a trade route with nearby cities or any nation you may be in a good standing with to realize those profits. And along with that, you need heavy transportation in many cases. Obviously, the wagons are the main key here. So wagons will be used for both the obvious heavy transporting of goods in different ways, but also allow players to be on and in these wagons. So they can also be used in specific warfare. So interesting component for sure that wagons allows us. And it also opens up for the next very big cool feature, which is ships. There's quite a few requirements that we will get from the wagon system that allows us to start on the ship system for real when it comes to that component. So ships will be one of the last big complex feature on this roadmap that will allow you to build, construct, and buy ships, equip them with different siege machineries, and have an interior decoration slots similar to a house, almost like a portable house, real sailing skills, and obviously it will open up to the whole pirating, treasure hunting, discovering the sunken continent, and a lot of different things down the road. Taxi service, sure. We'll be able to, in the future, be able to cast spells and turn while on horseback. Yes, it depends all on the magic school. For instance, Necromancy, which is our next and third magic school, you will be able to run, turn horses while you cast those Necromancy spells. Did I hear Henrik just right then? Did you say I'm near a bank and say bank? A bank here will open for me without being inside. Yes, correct. There's a rain check, so you need to be near the bank, but not in front of the bank and click him, because we know with a growing population that would be more and more difficult. We already see it at high peaks in certain cities. is a struggle to get in and out from banks. And we can always keep expanding them. We have multiple banks, which we have been doing, but it does add to a cost. So we said, let's do it like Ultima Line. Greater distance, and with a command, you will access them. Will there be any change in tomorrow's patch regarding Haven or going to Mirland? There's no specific change in Haven or Mirland in tomorrow's patch, no. Any improvements to mounted combat? Yeah, there are, not in this patch tomorrow, but there are some things we are going to tweak when it comes to mounted combat. We want to make sure that mounted combat is a viable option for those that are interested in doing so. We will add more options to specialize your mounted build to be effective in certain ways. So for instance, you want to be a mounted archery killer, you may be able to spec towards that. So yes, there will be some refinements. By the way, shall we do the mortal giveaway before it gets too late? I know some of you guys are here for a chance for the game as well. Let's do a mortal giveaway while we continue cover some questions. So explanation mark MO2 to participate in the giveaway. Let's do it. We're gonna give it a few minutes and then I'm gonna roll it. So explanation mark MO2 to participate, and we're gonna roll it in a moment. And one moment, I'm gonna check one thing. Right. At some point in the future, will you guys be reworking magic animation VFX like you guys did in Modern 1? The VFX and animation in MO1 looked really good after the rework. They look better than MO2, even despite having worse graphics. Yeah, so there's a few things that was solid in Mortal 1 for sure. Some of the animation, yes, I fully agree. They added more feeling to some of the spell casting. And yeah, some of the effects was simply much more clear and apparent in different ways. That is obviously important when it comes to feedback and adding to the experience on what's going on. So we do intend to tweak a few things on the current schools we have. There's one thing that we struggle a little bit with that I mentioned one time before, and that is when in the first game, you know that Ecumenical is intended to be a kind of like a hit scan instant spell. And in the first game, we were shooting out projectiles that were just simply homing. Every player complained that, come on, it should be a real projectile. And we always had to respond, look, it's not supposed to be a projectile that can miss. You either hit the hit scan or you miss it. So that effect even go homing to the target or do a little strange thing. And we kind of got tired about explaining that. So obviously we did a fail in terms of having proper feedback to make it clear what's going on. With that said, now it feels a little underwhelming in terms of what happened, who shoots what and on what, right? Because lack of effect and feedback. So I do agree that adding that kind of feedback will help the experience and the players to see what's going on. I think that helps and will improve things. But at the same time, I don't want to go back to shooting out projectiles to, again, give the obvious question from everyone. hey, it should be a real projectile. Yes, no. The ecumenical school should be an instant hit scan rule. It's designed that way. And then yes, there are multiple school and spells that are real projectiles, and they will act exactly as you would intend when it's a real projectile. So I hope that makes sense. So yeah, we will revisit to improve that feedback to make it look and feel better, but still try to remain that it's a hit scan rule behind ecumenical. So yeah. When will age changing come? I made myself too young by mistake. Yeah, I feel you, and that is why we want the alchemy effects quite soon on our upcoming roadmap, so players have full control over tweaking their character if they finally wanna, tweak their build without feeling forced to rebuild the whole character. Again, I don't know exactly where it will go on the roadmap. We need one more meeting to nail the exact order and date of things, and when that's done, that's when you can know when to expect those effects coming in. Maybe you guys could apply it to mages and make it a way for mages to become endowed with power, referring to the veteran system. We intend all characters to become a veteran character, not only mages actually. So I'm not sure. A house is intended to be destroyable currently. At a house vanished that had upkeep paid for. You can damage houses, but it's so unpractical when it's fully constructed that it's not practical. You have to stand there and grind through hammers. Now, since we fixed the fists not being able to hurt building, we had a bug that allowed a skill to make that unarmed actually damaged houses, which obviously make it free, just very time consuming to knock down a house. But it being an army like that, then yeah, that could happen. That is not intended, and that had been fixed. Now you have to invest in heavy hammers and grind for your life. We will adjust to make sure that is not the way. You don't destroy a house, a fully constructed house, by standing there with a hammer. You have to invest in heavy siege equipment, and that is a high cost and not worth the investment if you're not going for that house very specifically. So anyone that just want to enjoy the game, building your own house anywhere in the world, should never have to fear of losing your house the next morning because someone thought it was fun to kill it, like in Rust, because it's not that type of gameplay. If you're built on enemy ground, or you're hated by a huge guild or occupying an important area, then yeah, it could be a risk for your house. But other than that, that shouldn't be a thing. Core system with dismemberment. So yeah, we had that initially. If you may remember, if you were here early on, there was a crash in the engine of that system, and we don't know if that's fixed in the current build we are running now, because there's no simple way in confirming. But it's a very outdated system we rely on when it comes to cutting off limbs. So we have high hopes that when we move over to Engine 5, there will be a new system in place that will handle this in a secure way, because obviously there was a high chance of client crashes with that system we're using today. And we don't want to re-enable that and crashing clients, because imagine client crashing left and right in a big fight. That is the worst thing that can happen. So we are very careful about enabling that system until we know it's fully fixed within the engine function we rely on. So, but that will come back as soon as that have been confirmed being safe. Do you plan on having tower system for Terra to control like in the original game? No, we're not going back to that hellhole of a system. One of the biggest struggles we had in the first game, when we released it initially, people were loving TC, building amazing things, and everyone was just enjoying everything. Slowly over time, when conflict arises, people were trying to place towers on sneaky positions, going there, build them, and then removing the ladders, and enemies trying to reach those towers to kill them. It just grew out of proportion into a complete hellish situation. Our GMs were struggling with them day and night. Players were getting furious because they thought people were abusing mechanics to reach that location, and they couldn't reach some towers. It was just bad, worse and worse over time. So we said, we're not going back there. That was impossible to fix. We tried to fix every single step, but it was not possible. So yes, we're removing the control towers completely. The same thing goes for walls. The whole world was built around walls eventually, walling off content, and it destroyed part of the game. So walls and control towers are not going to be implemented as they were in the first game for those very important reasons. No, this roadmap is not in any correct order whatsoever. This is the draft of our confirmed big points on the upcoming roadmap. That will be several months. There are several minor things and different things that are not in this list either. And obviously, polish and improvement, bug fixes is not included either. But those will always also be high prioritized in any upcoming patch. Maybe next week we will have had the time to finalize the roadmap and present it, so you will see in this week's patch these functions will be going live. That is the plan to do next, so you will see the more accurate timeline. But just briefly again, the ones that will be in the first pack is housing functions for very important reasons, clade respec function. Those two are very important to get use of houses and stronghold and such with full player control, friends, co-ownership, etc. And then we also have a important first step of TC options that will allow you to more fully live in your own keeps and cities.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god, another one. Sia Dane, thank you for the subscription. TC is territory control. So that is when you build in a world and you own that land and can further expand on that. For instance, there are 16 keep locations in the world that you can claim and construct. I think all of them are claimed right now. And those kind of acts as a key to build your kingdom. And you can also build your own villages with houses up to strongholds and expand function on those to, build your own villages with different services for your friends or keep it open for the public. Do you need help with voiceovers? I will help.
Oh my god, another
I'm not sure. I mean, every now and then we are expanding on different areas, so we will see. Anthony Mong, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. What veteran system is? So the veteran system is when you will be able to obtain certain experience, a veteran experience to your character. And this experience you would distribute into either profession skills or action skills to further refine your character. Nepth79 with the gifts. Thank you, man. Thank you. Is this going to be in order you guys work on this? No, it's not in the correct order. that will be presented when we post the roadmap on the website. Then you will see a few roadmap steps. Every second week is the planned release of those. So you will see in what month you can be expecting these functions. We're planning on adding broker on the alt servers. We are planning on removing the alt servers. As you know, we temporarily added the alternate Milans because we couldn't work on the back end fast enough to allow players into the game. You know, the infinite queue on release, that was insane. That obviously made people upset, understandably so. We got to a point where we saw that, you know, this can take quite a bit more time than we know. So we took the decision to deploy the alternates to let people play at least. And then we continue to work very hard. That's why we've been standing completely still since release, working on back-end capacity and stability. Tomorrow, early in the morning, we will deploy an extremely important big network patch with quite a few good things. But I still call it the boring patch because there's no roadmap exciting content features in it. But extremely important for us to disable one of the alternate servers, and we will only keep one alt server if we need it. So we will start with the main only, starting it and fully monitoring from tomorrow morning to see exactly, monitoring every cost to see the capacity. And if we feel fully secure in, you know, letting it run, we will not start the alternate server. If we see that we are running into a new bottleneck or any issues, we will keep running one alternate server to make sure people can still play at least. And then we will take the next step. There are a few steps when it comes to capacity, but there's a very good chance that tomorrow we have, you know, full picture and eyes on, you know, all those bottlenecks.
Oh my god, another one.
Hydration station break, sir. You said you don't want to nerf and rebalance all the time, but some spells, materials, and weapons are very underrepresented. Can we expect slight buffs changes moving forward? Some materials are near useless. Yeah, so that is our approach this time. You know, we can easily see over time that these things are crap, they are never used, and that's it. As long as we know that people are obviously trying them the right way. That have been the case in some cases, that people say this is crap, and then everyone think, okay, it's crap, so I'm not even gonna bother. And then bam, a few months later, everyone is using crap because they didn't, you know, experiment the right way. And then all of a sudden, if we then have buffed it while people say it's crap, and then, you know, that will make it even more overpowered. So we are very careful and learn from that as well, how we interpret the feedback and also how we rely that on the data in the actual game. But yes, we don't intend to do any nerfs. That is also why we spend so much time in refining all the weapon groups, all the clades, and we see it working. We have never been so balanced in Mortal history. We see all clades being chosen and played, many different styles, and we see all weapon groups being used in different situations. So we're very happy with that baseline, and we don't intend to go in and wreck any of those groups and clades to upset many of you guys that rely on them. But yes, we do intend to do some refinement in some cases and some careful buffs where we see there's no doubt this is underpowered and never used. It's just a resource waste. That's where it's suitable to do adjustments. Where's max server count as right now? So this is the thing. So depending on the player population on main, you know, we can crank up the player population quite high. But as soon as a big group of guilds decides to fight each other, which happens every now and then, there's a huge bottleneck on packages being sent through the server, and that affects everyone. And that is when you experienced server lag, where everyone was frozen, warping around, you know, very horrible, not playable at all. and all your action are heavily delayed, like casting a spell and the effect comes several seconds later. That is when it's unplayable. And that's how the release week was, when a lot of streamers and players joined the game and thought, holy shit, you can't play as American because I have 10 seconds delay. And holy shit, that made us sad, obviously, because everyone here that have played the game knows that that's not how an American play the game. You know, when we're not in that broken queued state, when the capacity is over the top, you know, then it's not playable. And that's not only for the Americans, it's for everyone, including those that live next to the server. So since our last patch, we have increased that bottleneck so large battles can happen while we still have a good population. So since that patch, we haven't had any server lag, which is, you know, one of the big important steps forward to make sure that we have a good capacity, but also support huge war scales, because we're going to support even larger scales. We know there's going to be even larger scale wars, especially with sieging and keep fights. That's going to be a whole new level. So we know that already and preparing for that. Tomorrow comes an additional step forward onto this, and that is when we multi-thread this bottleneck. So that means we can add infinite amount of CPUs when we need it. So that means, you know, if we see that the capacity is going through the roof, we just add through the roof amount of CPUs. A little bit like how it was in Evil Line. You could actually contact Evil Line saying, look, we're going to have a huge war tomorrow here in this zone, and they actually deployed more CPUs to handle that data load. So a little bit similar to that. So not until tomorrow, when we have that threading tool in place, along with some very important monitoring systems, we can finally see some real exciting data to see what happens when we throw in more and more players and still remain high capacity fights in one area. So yeah, tomorrow is very important for us. So we're going to deploy the server as early as possible tomorrow morning, and then we're just going to sit and monitoring the whole day throughout the evening to see exactly what happens when we let in more and more players. So we're not going to have a cap tomorrow. We're just going to start the main server. We're not going to start any alternate servers, and we're just going to let in players until we see the different loads, how they perform. And depending on what we see here, and depending if there's a new bottleneck on these packages, we will set that on a safe bar. And if we need more players than that, we're going to open one of the alt servers again. And then the next step is to thread that next bottleneck packages that we are prepared for. So this is the backend solution for scaling up Milan to where we need it to be. And then we have that as a perfect threshold for the next continent as well. And this is also what we need. This is required for us to also take the step and announce a date for the release on the other platforms such as Epic Game Store and such. And obviously we want to get going onto this roadmap to again give full functionality behind houses and groups and getting back to exciting updates on a bi-weekly basis so we can go back to enjoying the game at a high rate as it was during the whole beta. Oh, and by the way, if you don't mind, guys, so during the whole beta, we got some articles on different websites and such, getting a lot of awareness because, again, very exciting patches and progression. We worked extremely fast. We put many giants to shame in terms of releasing huge system that usually takes, you know, a year of expansion. So we got a lot of exciting support from you guys, and we were actually one of the highest rated sandbox MMO on mmorpg.com that you know, we intend to do future articles and updates on. And a little unfortunate, we got a theme park reviewer of Mortal Online that kind of misunderstood the game a little bit, or simply didn't enjoy the sandbox game of Mortal Online. Mortal Online 1 got a rate of 6.9 on that website. That I think is fair. A sandbox reviewer tried the game and gave us that rating, but Mortal Online 2 got worse than that, which I don't think is really deserved, because you know, Mortal Online 2 is so superior in every single way that Molten 1 was. The only thing we're lacking right now is, you know, more magic, more TC content, and then we are, you know, surpassing it in every single area. So if you don't mind, guys, and want to help us, support us, bump awareness to actually show that if you like a sandbox MMO RPG game, Mortal 2 is an option. So does this link work to you guys? There is a user rating that allows you to vote in the game. If you enjoy the game or whatever you think it deserves, cast your votes, and hopefully people will see that, you know, this is an interesting sandbox game to count for. We appreciate it if you want to show awareness to our game and cast your votes. You have to make an account. Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to make an account. If you want to do that, then awesome. We highly appreciate it. Like I said, during the whole beta, we got hundreds of people trying the game, and they love the game. We actually got 9.7 as a early game on their website, which is one of the highest rated sandbox game in all time on their website. So we were super happy and super proud. And then when it got into release date, they you know, removed the rating. So hopefully we can get those rates back with your help, guys. So people, this is the link. Tell me if it's working. It should take you to our games website on that website. And you will be able to cast your votes, top right, user rating. Give us what you think it deserves. And, you know, hopefully we will get a rating back. Because I think the review, if you read the review, I think it's fair and good in many points, but it's quite clear he's a Final Fantasy fan and is not, you know, really understanding what we're trying to do here. And he's also quite misleading on some of the points that is completely wrong, but, you know, that's life. So yeah, I appreciate it if you want to help us get back the user rating, which I think is more important. If people see that there's a lot of players that enjoy this sandbox game, that is, you know, sending a message that, okay, this may be worth trying. Yeah, the night visions are not working yet. We will enable those soon as well. This website, the ads, see Jesus. Yeah, there are some ads on it for sure. Where to find a link? So this is the link. Is it working, guys? I think it is, right? Should take it directly to Mortal 2 on their website, and there's a user voting where you can cast your vote on what do you think about the game. Yes, we do plan to add crouching, and that will have an effect on, again, reducing awareness to AI, but also obviously make you a little bit harder to track in some cases for players. Yes, link is working. All right, thanks. Gave the game a 9. That sounds fair. Thank you, Snozzle. Thank you very much. Domination roadmap when? So domination is not working on the creature we have now due to a bug. So obviously we're going to fix that bug. We're not going to list bugs on the roadmap, more main feature that are, you know, big thing to play around with. Beastmaster is quite a big feature that ties to domination. That's why it's on the roadmap. It ties to all pets pretty much. How will we try between contents? I assume there will be a loading phase between contents. So for instance, if you want to reach to Sarka when it's released, you first have to build the huge bridge between the continent, because that's how you move over to that continent. So that is a huge task. You know, either players are going to help building that bridge or not. When the bridge is built, you can travel over there. So depending a little bit on the tech behind Unreal 5, we have high hopes. We're going to have threaded streaming data, and that allows us to just show a clear indication on the screen, depending on how severe that is on your computer, that if it's very severe, so it looks like your computer crashed, we need to add a black screen like we do now when you click teleport to nearest priest. We add that black screen to make it clear that you haven't crashed. So depending on what Unreal 5 allows us on streaming simultaneously on different threads, if that's powerful enough, we will just let you move over the bridge while we stream different steps. If it's too heavy, we will slap on that black screen that makes it very clear, and when that's done, you just continue playing. So you're not going out in any menus or such when you're changing else. You just travel there, and depending on UE5, it will be a smooth background streaming or one of those black screens that makes it clear. So you can't travel between continents unless you run the Sudoku bridge. Correct. So as you can understand, that bridge is going to be important components when traveling to that continent. So first task is, are you all going to have a truce and build a bridge together? That's how it happened in the first game. It's quite epic moment. There was hundreds of players building the bridge, and then every now and then some murders came, and there were some people protecting the builders. It was a very exciting event, lasted for quite a while, and then bam, the bridge was constructed. Everyone was running over to Sarga to explore the new lands. Very cool, and it's all in the hands of the players. Do we already have a rating? Ah, we do, guys. Thank you. 9.2. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I think that is, displaying that if you, obviously you guys know what Mordline is all about. You're here because you're interested in a sandbox game, right? And I think that will greatly help players that visit the website there. That, all right, the gamer seems to enjoy this game. It's worth looking into. And they can also ignore that review that is quite misleading and a little bit false in some states. I would hope that we would get the same reviewer as we had in the first game, because that guy knew what the game was all about and gave us a fair rating. And there's no doubt that Mordline 2 should have a much greater rating than Mordline 1 because it's so superior. So it hurts to see that, quite misleading. But that's just how it is, right? We don't have the resources as the Giants has to contact them, pay them, and say, look, we need this and that. Make sure those review the game. That's how it goes when you're a giant. We are a small independent company. We get whoever, and if this is a WoW fan that hates PvP, what do we expect review-wise, right? Quite sad, but that's the reality. That's what you struggle against when you're a small indie company. So your support there, guys, will greatly help showing what the game is all about and what you think. And that's what's important, right? Because you are the guys that know what a sandbox is. And if you give us your rating, then that is what the players could expect for, the real experience behind a sandbox game. I think the review is fair review for the state the game is right now. I mean, yeah, he did experience it based on the release week. So obviously, I fully understand that being in the queue, going through that mess, obviously pulls down the rating as well. No doubt. If that would be, if he would review it now as it is now, getting straight in the game and playing the game, then I think it will look a little bit different for sure. But again, comparing it to Mordline 1, when the server crashed every 10 minutes for a month, how the hell, did that deserve 6.9 and was so rough in the network? I mean, it's not comparable in any way. So I think that we should get just above Mordline 1, no doubt. And like I said, if we got the same reviewer from the first game, he will see those huge improvements, and I'm no doubt it will be getting better rate than the first game. So a little sad, but again, it is what it is. I hope that they will revisit an update, because yes, Mordline 2 have just started and we got stuck due to the release chaos. And when we will be able to get back to the roadmap, update the game, getting to those goodies, I hope they will revisit, update what is the review right now, because Mordline 2 is never finished. It's always evolving for many years to come. So of course it's not really correct to give a final verdict on the early chaos state of the game when it can be golden down the road, right? So it's complex that way as well. So we will see. We will see. But again, we really appreciate you guys helping us back to actually show a more rating more based on the gaming experience, that you know what the game is all about. It helps, you know. So yeah, thank you for giving us some votes on that. It's awesome, guys. We really appreciate it. Please consider adding FSR 2.0 to this game for alternate DLCs. Yeah, we intend to do that. So again, it's a little bit on Epic Games' hand, and you know, NVIDIA, ATI, AMD. If they have proper support for it to make it easy for us to implement the support, we will make it happen. But if it's like a huge task that we need to implement certain things that takes, you know, weeks, then obviously we need to wait on that. So we have a close relationship with NVIDIA, and they have made proper support so we can make it very efficiently into the game. And hopefully we will have that support soon also for the AMD functions. Good. 9.4 now. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, guys. Again, if you haven't voted, please vote the user rating to the right. It makes a huge difference, because then new players that are looking for a sandbox game coming from the Euro era, there's many of those out of you guys out there, and they see the review rating and reading it a little bit misleading, some things plain wrong and some things very correct. But I don't think 4.0 is correct, especially comparing it to the old game. And if they see you guys that actually playing it and know what's it all about and showing your review on it, a lot of players gonna, you know, have the courage to actually try the game and judge for themselves. And that's all we want. All right, the giveaway. I almost forgot about it, guys. All right, exclamation mark MO2. If there's any new joining in, and you will have a chance for getting our game copy I'm going to give away just in a minute. Where did the 4.0 come from? So they gave one of their writers, they gave a copy of the game and told him to write a review of the game. And this is a review that loves theme park games. He's the biggest fan of Final Fantasy, I heard. And not really into PvP and hardcore and sandbox games. So I don't think he's the neutral reviewer of the game, I would say. Because reading it, you also see that some things are just plain wrong, while some things are fully legit correct. But like I said, getting a review of 6.9 in the old game when it was crashing every 10 minutes, the servers, Borderlands 2 is superior in every single category, so it deserved more than the old game. So I think it's a little sad that we got a true theme park fan reviewing our game. And it's not the first time, right? There's a few reviews out there that are simply hating sandbox PvP game. And I think it's sad, because what happens? We get a low rate, and what happens? Some people may think it's not worth trying, and that means the sandbox era cannot grow, and there may be many players that want to play it and will enjoy it, but they may not give it a chance because some reviewer writes something that put them off. And I think that is a little sad for the genre in total, because just look throughout since the beta, we got the highest rating in all time on the website from the actual player base. You know, 700 voted. We got up to 9.7, and that was the player reviews. And half of them never heard about Mortal 9, and they say, "Holy shit! How I never heard about the game, and now I found it, and I'm loving it." And you know that tells us that there's obviously a good player base out there that have no clue about the game, that will enjoy the game. And that's why I thought that, okay, let's do what we can to show players on that website as well, because we noticed that we got a lot of players from that website. Because when we did a stress test, we got like we gave them, what was it, like 10 or 20,000 CD keys, and when we send out those keys, their network, their website crashed in the first time, you know, in ever. And they even reached out to us and said, "Holy shit, your interest in your game is crashing our website." That haven't happened, not even in Lost Ark, Black Desert, those big games. So that was awesome. That showed us that there was a huge interest in helping stress testing our game. And and so many people enjoyed the game and gave us the highest rating. We was the most hyped, highest user rating on their website. And they wiped all of that when we released the game. And the release was chaotic, and we got a theme park review of the game. So yeah, a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. We don't have the resources to engage with that website's owner to get the right writer or reviewer that really enjoys Sandbox game and know what we're trying to do. So yeah, your rating on it will be much more important, and we highly appreciate it. So thank you very much for your support, guys. And that will allow us to grow the game, expand the game, and put a good Sandbox game on the market. And there's a bright future for the genre if that happens. It just helps, right? All right, let's pull the Mortal giveaway, guys. Let me pull it. You're on their highest rated game list. Oh, guys, like I said, you guys and your support is just killing it. And like I said, we couldn't have done it without you guys. And this is why I just wanted to mention, because I knew that helps us to get awareness. So yeah, highly appreciate it. That support is the best thing in the world for us developers when it comes to the future of this game. Love you and believe in your vision. Thank you so much. And yeah, like I said, there won't be Mortal 9 2 without you guys. That's just simply how it works. And this is my baby as much as your baby for the future. So together we will put this on the world map. And I have no doubts that the game will just grow and be very exciting. And just when we have delivered these exciting roadmap features, it will just grow and obviously be more interesting for even more players. So yeah, got a 7 for me. Hopefully enough changes come to raise that. Thank you very much. 7 is a fair score for sure. I know we have issues, no doubt. So that is appreciated as well. Any fair rating from a player that have given it enough time investment to actually see what kind of strength does the game has and what is really unique and exciting about the game. That obviously is an important rating and feedback we want, so we know that we are on the right path. This is what players are interested in, and therefore we're going to add more of this and that. So that's what's important for us. My first MMO and my best game I never play. Never play? Or ever played. Thank you. Let's make a baby together. Run a giveaway. Right. I'm here forgetting about it. Okay, so the giveaway, guys. Let me run it. All right. So here goes the Mortal giveaway. 10 last seconds, guys. Explanation mark MO2, and I'm gonna run it. A few new ones arriving. Just give it a few more seconds, and I'm gonna run it. Oh, nice, my headache is gone. The trail helped. I mean, the wobble is an important factor. I mean, obviously, as you can understand, when riding and the bow being completely static today just breaks the challenge of being an effective archery on the mount back, right? So that is an important function. The problem is it's very complicated to get it in, but we need to get it in terms of pure balance. It's a natural balance that makes it a challenge to aim perfect. Now it's just a static, and it makes it completely, I mean, much easier to aim. So that's a natural balance to archery. And there is a steady aim, hold breath function that we're missing that will help you to go deeper into becoming an effective heavy archer on foot and on mount. So yeah, important skill and component function that we need to get into the game to get that balance where we need it to be. All right, here goes the giveaway, guys. Gonna start it right now. Wait, let me remove that text so we can see for one moment. All right, here goes, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Did I break it, guys? No, I didn't. Here goes. Good luck, everyone. Let's see. Let's see who it is. Congratulations, Dingo Valdovas. You won yourself a mortal copy. Congratulations. Can you send me a little private message on Twitch? Dingo Valdovas. Are you here, my friend? I want to send you a little Dingo Valdovas. Can you send me a message, Dingo? So I can confirm you as the winner and also give you the C key directly. There you are. Yeah, I always ask, Dingo, are you new to Mortal or are you a current player or veteran? I'm always curious. I'm the real Dingo. He ate my dingo. I'm old. All right, all right. We do always have quite a lot of new players or not a mortal player joining in, so I'm always interested in who gets a key. It runs a Sir guild. Ah, okay. What guild is it? I'm gonna give you a key. One moment. I'm 2 weeks in. Hooked. Runner. Awesome to hear. And we're finally getting into the juicy upcoming patches. So the long wait and long hard work of backend, a little bit boring stuff, is getting to an end finally. And we're getting into the fun stuff. All right, I'm gonna pull that key. Oh, come on, man. I have to log into... why is my password not saved? One moment, guys. God damn it. Come on. I hate passwords. Always something. Where is... Did I just... All right. Have to verify. a little verification. Bear with me one moment, guys. I have high security on everything, you know how it is. There we go. And all right, I got it. Bam! You got your key. Dingo. Password. The awful key system we have now. Indeed. Indeed. The password is coming for houses. That is the housing function. We want to give all house owners the ability to do co-ownership, but also give different layers of access to the house entrance and the different chests by giving passwords in 2 different layers. So you will have perfect control over your house stronghold for your friends and guilds. Whereas criminal justice reform, that is the bounty and flagging system, the number 2 on roadmap. Yeah, there are additional extractions, and we also tend to add the deployable extractions back as well. We'll be able to use furniture like chairs and beds. Yeah, so there's a few things we want to add. I mean, that is also an ongoing thing, and also based on a lot of cool suggestions from you guys that you can be part of helping with, such as just an example, beds. You know, right now it's fluff. Add some cool decoration stuff and RP, but also if you do log out having a bed in your house, you will get like a refreshment boost. So when you log back in after a day of logging out in your house using a bed, you can actually get a reserve bonus, so you're more refreshed. So actually a function behind it as well, and maybe an even better reserve bonus if you have a very luxury bed. Same goes if you have a library or something like that. If you log out using that, you may get a experience bonus the first hour when you get back online the next day. So everything you do the first hour, you may be a little bit more efficient, gaining skills and skill books, etc. So there are some cool bed RP. There are some cool logical functions that we can tie to some of these furniture and decorations as well. So not only fluff, but also actually some cool small bonuses. Maybe rested clay XP. Yeah, that's completely possible as well. So again, sometimes you come up with some really cool ideas as well, and if it fits, we try to make it happen. Like I said, this is our baby together, guys. This is our chance, and I feel personally one of a very rare chance to put a exciting, unique, true sandbox MMORPG game on the world market. You know, like I said, I'm the biggest fan from Ultima Line to Star Wars Galaxies. Since then, I mean, that was in my early teens. Since then, I'm 40 now. There's nothing that has been interesting me, and that is just very sad as a sandbox fan. But now we're making it, guys. Now start the journey for Mortal Line 2. This is the beginning. So, as I mentioned before, we're expanding slowly our team in different apartments, including coders. Necromancy is the next magic school. Depending on our resources, we will continue with the next school directly after. but also there is a chance if we are expanding, we may have multiple work on magic as well. So, you know, it all depends on how we can expand. Sneak peek time. Right, I almost forgot about it, guys. Almost forgot about it. I have a little sneak peek today. Always try to show you some of this cool stuff our artist is doing as well on the side. Let me bring it up and you're gonna guess what it is. I actually changed what I first was planning to show you, so I have more things that I can show now in the upcoming streams. But this one just got finished today. ATAC, we are handling those, trust me. Tomorrow's patch will give us additional steps towards fighting that. That is our number one priority next to the server capacity. All right, here goes. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about here. I'm gonna remove that. Bam! Can you guess what this baby is? Said anything about the next patch? Yes, tomorrow morning we deploy the next patch along with only the main Milan server. We're gonna follow that, let in all the players. We're gonna monitoring the capacity, and we have one alternate server as a backup only. What is it, guys? It is, I mean, we never got to this one in Mortal 1. This is the cool thing. In several areas now, we are actually expanding, surpassing Mortal 1. So yeah, Honor Rat. You got it. This is obviously a tribe rat brute. Exactly. You got it. So it's the Mega Skaven. So you've seen the common, minor tribe rats. You know, every species have different creatures in that family. From baby, young, complicated, advanced, different roles, to elders, to bosses. And yeah, this is one hell of a brute, tribe rats. Can it be dominated? That is the question. I can't say. The thing is also, we're not enabling all dominatable powerful things until we have the one on the roadmap, Beast Mastery, because that is one of the balance factor that allows you to both unlock and use them, but also the balancing factor, because you will be able to dominate and tame very powerful creatures, but they will only be effective when played correctly. So that is the player skills we are adding to the tamer, domination, and such. Domination, there's a bug in domination as well that doesn't allow you to dominate some of the creature that you're supposed to be able to dominate. Oddly, the crab is working, but not many of the others that are intended to. So we're going to fix that bug, obviously, and then we're going to enable the Beastmaster that allows you to utilize them in interesting ways. All right, I can go back to the roadmap now when you've seen the brutes. So again, this roadmap, I want to be clear, this is several months of developments, and they are not in a prioritized order at this point. Hopefully, if we have time and things go smooth, next week we plan to finalize the upcoming roadmap and post that on the website so you can see this week, this month, this is what you're expecting to go live then. So now they're just roughly the main features that we're planning in the upcoming month for several months of work. And Eton Dragon. So I actually removed a few things on the roadmap because, you know, I don't want to reveal too much or give, depending on the time frame. So since we haven't nailed all of this, it's a little difficult to know down the road exactly where we're looking, and also if we are changing some of the prioritized order depending again on interest of you guys. That is just something we want to try to incorporate as well. If there's a highest clear interest in certain things, then obviously we try to get them in earlier rather than later. Several month, not 7. Yeah, I don't know if it's 7 exactly. Several month for sure. But yeah, I actually had the tier 3 AI dragons on here as well, but not to go too deep without knowing exactly the time frame. So I removed it so to be safer. But yes, obviously we're working towards tier 3 AI. That is an ongoing progression. We're gonna add more function behind humanoids. We're gonna add obviously more tier 2 bosses. We're adding next also a tier 2 boss that is even more complex that simply gives us more tools to get closer to the tier 3. And tier 3 is for instance a dragon. Yes, obviously we can dominate dragons, right? So there is very specific rules behind some of these titans tier 3 AI where you can actually engage with them in different ways. Again, I call it the 3-way conflicts. That is interesting for the player base in different ways. And the outcome is 100% based on the player's interaction. In this case, as a rough example, when a dragon has been awakened, it's a very intelligent creature, very powerful. It holds a natural treasure that is amazing. And if you piss it off and it, see the one clade as an enemy, it may just, throw fire rain and kill everyone in its path very quickly, very dangerous. And then there will be different components that you can engage with this creature. Obviously, you can try attacking it using the effective way of doing so, can actually reach to killing it. That won't be an easy task. But obviously, if you manage to kill it, you will be rewarded by its treasure. It will fall to the ground and lay there for a long time where you can, pull resources from it, and it will slowly decay over time. And obviously those resources will be one of a kind that you can use in crafting and different components. And that is obviously a one of a kind reward. And the other ways of conflicts where players may want a different outcome is in some cases there can be an outcome if these creatures being protected and survive in a certain time frame, there's a certain outcome. If it's being killed during that time, then obviously there is that outcome. And another conflict is that you can actually, with different components, take control over this creature and use it for your own goods. Another conflict is that you can actually put it to sleep and take its powers and use that as long as it's protected, alive, and asleep. So as you can see, the players may want to do very different and opposite things with these creatures. And what's exciting is that it's all up to you guys. What will you do? And you will never know what kind of things that you may have missed that you could have done also. But I think that is one of the beautiful things with these things. So obviously we are building towards this system to have all the support that these intelligent creature can do. But there will also be a cycle, a more long-term function that can go on for weeks, months, depending on what you do as well. And then obviously we're going to reuse these base function for additional similar creatures. So we make use of it for a very long time. So yeah, very cool, complex system that have a interesting outcome, and the players is in 100% control of it. Monster control players like Evolve MO style. Yeah, and it's also over time we may come up with even more conflicts and outcome depending on protection, kill, or other things. So it's going to be exciting when we start digging deeper into that, when we have the base to actually start spawning them or trigger them. Player pets going to be able to go into player houses, not if the doors are closed. So we still have one system that we haven't added yet to houses and keeps, etc. And that is, you may have noticed, the navigation for pets. That is also something we are planning to add to give, full control and reliability when it comes to going in and out from houses. Please cast your vote. On what? Digital effigy. On what? What about MC dialogue and mission questing? So yeah, one of the thing we plan to expand on also here is tasks. There will also be nation conflicts that which tie to lore. We have opened up to some of that to come in the pre-log lore on the websites. And yeah, task is just very minimum at this point. There will be more tasks and options to do different types of work for the different nations, from assassination, protection, to transporting heavy goods using bags and eventually wagons. Spiritons, it's a pain constantly to start cancel most spells in order to press F cast, portal, etc. Can buffs without the target please self cast? Something like that would be a huge quality of life improvement. Yeah, I agree. There's for sure room for a lot of good quality of life improvements. So yes, we have quite a list of those as well. We tried again to make everything in a prioritized order of things of importance. Horses in banks are annoying. Thoughts on making them lose loyalty inside of banks' vendor buildings. I had exactly that idea, and I think it makes sense. So I was discussing with the coder that I was thinking about exactly that. So if you have your pets, banks, mounts inside the banks, etc., it's crowded and a mess. I was thinking that, yeah, they should lose loyalty all the time, even though they're fully happy and fed. So you just go there, do a business, and then go out and stable it to clear things up. So that was one of the things we intend to add. But we also decided a thing that we need that will, again, help a lot in this area. And that is the good old Ultima Line commands. You will be able to say bank, vendor buy, and guards. And as long as you are in a near area, you will get the access to the bank. You don't have to be as close and targeting and click anymore. You can reach that access a little bit further, and that is because along with the growing population, this problem with crowded banks will just grow, right? And we have been opening up different entrances and even secondary banks and even more NPCs outside, but that all comes with a cost and time consuming for the artist. So we thought let's add that function to further help greatly. The Dragon Self book is missing. Honey, do you wear your hair coiffed normally, or is that something you do for Twitch? What do you mean with coiffed? I haven't heard that expression. I have to Google translate it. Kvaffade. I can't even translate it. What does that mean? Coiffed. I mean, I try to look presentable on a daily basis. Sometime I look a little bit more than some days. What about still not spawning in dungeons? That is one of the fixes tomorrow. The vessel boss is back, baby. Ever possibility of second account on Steam? So you can create a second account on Steam and getting a second Mortal account. But we're also releasing Mortal Online on Epic Games Store soon. We will eventually announce that date. We don't have the date yet. We need a little bit more time. But that would be an option as well for those that want to. Are we going to have arbalists? Yes. Throwing weapons, crossbow weapons, dueling weapons, dueling function, and fist weapons are 4 of those on the upcoming roadmap as well. We don't have the time frame yet. With one server resource location and wildlife spawn will be crowded. In this next patch, we're also adding a new system that is a dynamic spawning system. And that is also to help both making it more interesting, obviously, running around in the world to encounter different things every now and then, both wildlife and humanoids and different dangers. So that is also being deployed in tomorrow's patch. And obviously that is a ever-expanding process until we are fully happy with all areas of Mirland. We're not bringing back player walls. We allowed players to place walls wherever they want to in Mortal 1, and that ended up quite horrible. And we decided that was worse for the game's future, and we're not adding that back. So open cities with security and different options, but no dynamic, fully buildable walls in the same way. Both it looked ugly, and people rolled off the whole world. People were upset, couldn't access things, so it just got worse and worse over time. So we decided not to have buildable dynamic walls and no control towers in the same way. The bus is still not spawning in the world, Spider Bus? Yeah, they are. There was a bug with the vessel boss that kind of messed up, which we fixed in this upcoming patch as well. Will pets be able to follow us across water? Good question. And yeah, that is one of those quality of life function that we do need. So it will be somewhere in the upcoming roadmap as well. It's one of those fixes, quality of life things that are not just one of the big thing on a roadmap, but one of those things that we do need for sure. But accessing back to bank is like a mini game inside Ammo 2. Yeah, but it can quite annoying when you get in there, access the bank, and then when you're gonna get out, you're stuck and have a pain going through it. And as we all know, the game have slowed down, completely expected due to we have paused all exciting developments and gone through quite chaos. So we also expect, going back to roadmap, marketing game, releasing the game on platforms, naturally we're going to get back a lot of players and a growing player base, which means that mini game going to be pure hell eventually. Spider Queen bugged? No, it's spawning. Is this going to be the order you guys work on this? No. This is not the order. Just very roughly placed out randomly. Hopefully next week we will be able to post the roadmap in a final state so you can see more the right timeline on things. We will see how far we post roadmaps as well. But we will start posting the first roadmap steps so you can see where things goes in order as well. Henrik, what product do you use to keep your beard looking so good? Naturally, I don't use any product whatsoever. I only put a little bit of a dry matte wax in my hair, and that's it. Sometime I put some what's it called, oil, a nice smell oil in my beard, just to get it, moisturized and not too frizzy, but not on a regular basis. How many primary points for shipbuilding? Will you change some rivers to accommodate ship travel? Milan is ready or finished in terms of the design and how it's supposed to be. But we do intend to have the option to kind of pull up your ship on land and move it distances and then deploy it back in water or sea or lake or whatever you choose. But again, some of these components may rely on wagons, pull power. So I have no clue where that function will be. Most likely not initially. That is more like a quality of life additional options. Also because it may be even more useful on some other continents where that access throughout a continent using a ship could actually be effective. So first off, you will be doing the ship construction. Again, I'm not exactly sure in terms of skills there. We will do something similar when it comes to house construction, but in one way this will be utilized in a more frequent way, I guess, rather than just a house, which means you can easily destroy a ship, for instance, rather than destroy a house. So it's more like get construction going. You can have wars on ships and you can lose them, but you can also reconstruct them in a certain way. So a little bit too early in terms of the exact cost and skills involved, but you can expect a very exciting, again, dynamic ship construction system that allows you to do decoration, storage, and siege machinery on these ships as well. So a lot of quite a few of the siege machinery as defense and offensive weapons on TC and cities will also be available to put on big ships. Western Keep is still broken with a double keep, making it unsure. Yeah, that's fixed in tomorrow's patch. I don't think that's English. That here coffee word, maybe not. You look kingly, Lord Henrik. Very, very nice of you. Thank you. Can we resurrect pets into zombie form as necro? So yeah, that is a very cool function that we're gonna change and refine a little bit from the first game. How you animate your dead and use them as your pets. You will obviously see more when we get closer to Necromancy, but Necromancy is the next school and it's on the early roadmap, quite early. Coffee means done up fancy. I see. I mean, I'm a little rough in my hair right now, so not too fancy. Just hand fluffed into the right direction. I've never heard it. That's not English. Yeah, I thought so too either. Puffed your hair up, it means. All right. You look like a gigashad, don't worry. Gigashad. Is any more content planned for Haven? We will see. I mean, there's still room for some improvements and additional content, especially since we plan to down the road add a free access to the game that is limited to Haven only. We think that is a very good way to promote the game in the future. Additionally, to let those that are unsure try the game, and obviously we try to hook them playing on Haven. And when they feel confident in becoming a real player, that's when they commit and go to Midland. So I guess natural along with that, there's for sure room for additional planned content and also some refinement, like they can't max the clay levels. There needs to be some kind of limitation so they feel hungry to, unlock that next level on Midland. So yeah, some refinement for sure, and maybe some additional tutorial expansion and some content to give them even more exciting things, to get hungry to actually become a more persistent player. We're just happy you're doing all this, oh man. Thank you very much. To me, it just means to drink. Yeah. Man, why is Thievery so far down the list? How far are these things coming? Like I said, the list is not in a specific correct order. Many of them will change for sure. So don't mind the order. I should make a little note about that in the corner, I guess. But this is just a rough overview picture of the main feature that is our upcoming roadmaps for several months of work. Obviously we try to deliver as fast and reliable as possible, just similar to in the beta, where bi-weekly patches, but we can't crush the development in the same way as we did in the beta, like in getting so many huge in one patch, because it adds a risk of having unpolished content. If it's completely new things we're writing, we need to be sure that we test them extensively before we deploy them. In the beta, we had a world record in deploying huge systems every second week, but we also knew that it's beta, so we can throw them in and get very quickly feedback and very quickly iron out the bugs very efficiently. We can't do that in the same way when we are live. So obviously we need to more carefully plan. The big challenging feature need to be carefully placed on this longer roadmap to distribute them evenly, so we have enough time to make sure polish is there as well. So yeah, that is, I guess, the difference. No, we can't build walls around villages and homes, and that is because of all the bad things that came with that in the first game, and we decided not to go down the same path, and that is for the protection of the game experience. But we are refining the investment in destroying something. So again, just in general short, if you're not interested in PvPing or afraid of losing your house, as long as you build, in a place where you're not occupying important land space from a huge guild or something, and are not making insane enemies that really want to invest to just get your house, you will be fine. There would be no reason to just for the fun of it go invest to destroy someone's random house. That won't be beneficial for those players. So again, you can pretty much build your own house, village, as long as you don't have any conflict brought upon you. You should be fine. The new skills is awesome, but what about skill points? Are those planned? So this is where the veteran system comes into place. That is also on the roadmap. We know that there will be additional classes, professions, skills over time. And obviously, it's going to be more and more tricky for you to pick and choose and feel limited. So there's two things that adds into this to give you options. The veteran system will allow you to get further skill points pretty much in both professional and action skills. But also we are implementing the trinkets. That was a huge success in the first game. Awesome farming in the whole world. Very fun loot and infinite tradable. And they're also blessed soulbound when you wear them, so you can really invest in that. And that means you can really refine your character build into something unique using a combination of the veteran system and then trinkets. So that will help you further expand on your character and your style. Will the patch tomorrow have any of the Grandmaster crafting options added? No, not yet. So we finished all the Grandmaster uniqueness crafting for all weapons. Those are done now. The next step is all the armors. So we will add the weapons in one of these upcoming content map patches. So that will also happen since we have pretty much finished the job down here. Art-wise, we're not done with the armors yet, so we're getting there. Is unarmed seen as a fist weapon? Yeah, those ties together. So unarmed unlocks fist weapons. Can we resurrect pets into summoning forms as necro? Yes, you will be able to do a ritual to bring or build your walking pets, pretty much. So you can animate and build a mount for you. You can animate a dead creature that will be your pet, and you can raise the walking dead in different forms, and you can combine different powers to them. So there's a ritual system that you will learn as a necromancer to do the undead pet thing. That is one of the big components for our necromancy school. And then there are also obviously direct spells that is very important and efficient for many different ways. And one of the big difference between the necromancy and ecumenical school rules are you can run and cast at the same time, ride a mount and turn at the same time, for instance. When does Seb start? I think he's starting very early tomorrow morning, so 6 o'clock. We are aiming to deploy the patch somewhere around 7, 8, so early in the morning. And then we will follow that the whole day, have it totally open and just following the population progress. So I hope you guys are here helping us, logging in a high volume so we can get the data we need as fast as possible and be ready also, depending on if we need that alt server or not. We do want to keep the alt server for a while to make sure the server is also fully stable. If there's something that goes wrong on the main, it's still good to have the alt that you can instantly jump over and continue playing at least without downtime. And then when we confirm that now we have full control stability, we have the capacity we need, that's when we remove the last alternate Smearland. We want thievery, we do. Again, we will see exactly where that goes on the upcoming roadmap. So obviously many of these or all of these main features are bound by several developers, both coders, artists, and animators. So it's like a puzzle to put the time frame on all these features and spread them out over the coming period. It's always tricky and challenging, but we got better and better over time. Like I said, throughout the whole beta, I think we failed on 2 or 3 deliveries, and we did like what? Every second week we deployed a patch, and those patches wasn't small. If you go back and look in our past patch notes, it looks like a World of Warcraft expansion in almost every patch. So we try to go back to that bi-weekly schedule, but it will be more carefully planned and not as many huge features thrown in at every patch because of obvious reasons. We can't rely on getting bugs reported by just throwing them in to get quickly development. We need to respect the polish level also. Quick recap for everyone who just showed up will go a long way. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in this stream, and holy shit, I'm already hitting 4 hours. I was thinking this would be a 3-hour session. So what we will do is we will put this stream on YouTube and link it on our website, and we're going to try to highlight the important steps so you can go straight to them, because yeah, we're talking about a lot of things here. I did a recap or an update on what to expect from tomorrow's patch, what that means and what it includes. I call it the boring patch, so no one have high hopes that we're getting TC or housing or any big feature, because it's the backend patch. But there's some really good stuff on it that I know many of you guys will enjoy. And yeah, we talked a little bit about this feature. There was some question mark around some of them, so I explained some of that. So I guess you can go through those on the recap video. All hail the boring patch, indeed. I mean, just that you can see a player name and guild on furthest distance as soon as you can target them is a huge deal, right? So there are some very big changes or improvement, and the big thing is, again, anti-cheat stuff, main server capacity, huge systems, and then along with these good quality of life and fixes and improvements overall. And that brings us one very important step closer to take the step towards the roadmap content, which is fun features, finally. I don't know if this is asked, are they going to put crossbows in game? Yeah, it's been asked a few times today, actually. And yes, crossbows is one of the upcoming weapon groups. You don't need to see enemy gear from a distance because everyone uses heavy armor anyway. Yeah, so that is the next thing. So again, we have like a network LOD system, pretty much translated in data that needs to be sent between players, and that is the big thing behind a network MMO solution. Obviously, if we're sending all the data, infinite range, everything will die. This is the big challenge behind an MMO. We have the furthest distance a player can be rendered in any MMO currently. You can see a player being like 5 pixels tall. But yes, you get important data the closer you get, and that is the obvious, performance saving. And the gear he's wearing still comes late, just as it is now. The next step is when we have implemented tomorrow's patch, reading that data, that allows us to further increase that range and refine some of those things that we want to be able to see earlier as well. So yeah, it's still a progress in some of those things. If you want Jedis like Star Wars Galaxy, what would your Jedi be in MO2? So we had a discussion about that system in my last stream, and it's a very cool system. I enjoyed very much in Star Wars Galaxies. Sadly, players could not enjoy it for a long time until the developers gave in and everyone became Jedis, and that system was thrown out the window. We're getting that system back in Mortal Online, but obviously you're not being a Jedi Knight. You're gonna be a Demon Hunter. Is one of the examples that will give you new access to a new Clade gift window that is unique powers to that character. And in some cases, you will also obtain a unique visual treat on a character. Jedi is unlocking with different skills. There will be a unique pattern generated for every character in the game that allows you to, if you figure out the path for your character that is uniquely to your character, you will unlock one of these special powers. Demon Hunter sounds cheesy. I don't have to find names. This is just a rough example. Mats is our lore guy, and obviously he will make sure that everything fits in terms of names. I just gave a rough example. My word to Mats is the explanation behind it, the demon hunter, and then obviously he transformed it to be mortal online. You know, that's the process how we work together. I also prefer the name Witcher. You know, I'm sure that Matt's gonna give us the best mortal name, no doubt. So yeah. And that gives you the question. If you're one of those lucky bastards that is very persistent in finding and unlocking that character, you will get the question. Congratulations, you get this one. Do you want to accept it or not? If you say no, that goes back to the pool in the world, so anyone else can get their chance on it. I expect that most of you guys will say yes. But it comes at a risk in some cases. You could be hunted, you know. Similar being a murderer, you could be hunted. But it's a very cool. Let's just go with Witcher. One horse's name, which anyway. I'm sure Matt's gonna give us the perfect names. And there will be several. Not only one Jedi, you know, there will be several types that fits Mortal Online's universe. But yeah, it's a very cool system that, you know, I can't wait until we are in that era, because there will be so much mystery to explore in the world. So I can be a vampire. There could be a translation to a vampire, yes. But again, we're not using the traditional symbols, names, religions, you know, connected to Earth. We try to do the mortal translation on all those things. That is where Mats comes into play. You know, that's his masterpiece of, you know, area of expertise. But yeah, that's one of them, pretty much. Spoiled today. Might as well go play World of Warcraft again. If PvP is based on random drops though, PvE grinding clade is bad enough. Please, not again. Don't take the bait. What? What are you talking about, A-Tech? World of Warcraft? Why are we talking about footballs when we're talking about Mortal Online? I don't follow. Sorry. Word about cavalry lances. Yeah, we know. We have some work to do and some adjustment to do when it comes to mounted combat. When are going to fix issues with murder accounts not being able to report it? Yes, we have identified where those issues are, and we just need to go through and fixing them. We are aware. When is sieging come to the game? It's on our roadmap. Sieging comes in a few very complex steps, and it's also very, very sensitive, as you can understand, because that is the mighty force of full destruction of very expensive things. So we need to be sure that we don't do that half-ass baked, and we need to make sure that the balance is in a good range. So this is where it's very useful for us to throw up one global test server and say, here guys, log in here and you will get to siege each other's. That will give us a very powerful way to get real data feedback and make sure that we are in the right position, and also make sure it's polished before we deploy it live, because that is the greatest, most sensitive function we will deploy for a very long time. Because like I said, that is how you destroy huge assets. So we need to, I don't even know where we are looking time-wise frame. Because like I said, there's many components. We have the siege mechanic in terms of cutting supply lines. Quite straightforward how that's going to work. But we need to rebuild the actual siege weapons, because they were quite poor in the first game. And when we see that that system is unreliable or bad, we always rebuild it to make sure it's a solid core foundation, especially if it's an important function that we're going to rely on for many years to come, such as sieging. So again, when we go through that time frame, that's going to give us, you know, the better time frame on those specific features. There augment armor for everyone on these siege servers. Augment armor? I don't know about that. Augmium is the grand of the grand material. And doesn't have too much about sieging. We please get an indication of active weapons that we pull when we press X. Yeah, I see that there's room for quality of life when it comes to how you change weapons. So, like I said long time ago, that I first had a idea of having two weapon combinations on your character window. I don't know if you remember that we had those in the user interface quite a while during the beta. And the purpose was to have a very efficient swap between two combinations. Then when we added a hotbar where we can manually change between them, we didn't see the value behind that anymore, so we removed them for now. But now we see that we need to refine it to make it more efficient and, yeah, easy to read. So, yeah, for sure, we will do something about that. Taming is a huge investment. Many thanks for fixing pet combat. Yeah, so tomorrow we have a very important patch on pets not attacking. That is one of the fixes we have tomorrow as well. And then, yeah, we do need to look into the swimming ability soon as well. We'll change Terraform mining and use blast furnace with the removal of the alts tomorrow. A little bit too early to remove it or enable those tomorrow. We need a little bit more time to run things, to see where we stand. But yeah, soon that will happen, is the plan. Tips on cooking. I'm new and I want to be an expert cook. I'm sure there are many cooks in the game and in here that can give the tips and tricks on where to start out. And there are also room for, from our point of view, where we want to add more strong effects when you do complex dishes. That is one of the parts that we're gonna add to cooking. Thanks so much. Sorry for the spam, trying to play and listen to the stream. No problem, no problem. We are all here hanging out and enjoying our time talking Mortal and the upcoming stuff. Give respec soon, please. Yeah, respec is in the next content patch we have planned. So that is the first ones on this roadmap. We know it's important to be able to mold your character options you have so you don't have to re-roll. Where Tarvas and dies on roadmap? I'm not exactly sure yet. So like I said, there are a few things that are not on this roadmap or not final, or we don't have any prioritized order whatsoever. This is just some of the big thing that I know a lot of you guys have been asking about. Will it come? Will it be there? What is behind it? And I thought this would be a good time to just, because we had the first meetings now where we are pinpointing those high prioritized features and have them, you know, more or less covered in a way. The next part is to put them on this schedule that is a little bit like a puzzle, put them on a website, and that's going to show you what week deliver what. I'm not sure exactly when domination will be fixed, but its true power will be unlocked with Beast Mastery. That is on the roadmap as well. So, for that at least. When we're enabling subscriptions, we're not sure yet. So again, tomorrow is a very important step. Knock on woods that things goes as planned, but it's a huge network system we have built throughout this month, day and nights, blood and sweat, incredible hard work, which have paused all the fun developments, but for the greater good, as you can understand. That is to get the core under control, being able to release on the other platforms, including Epic Games. Yeah, there's been blood spill. And, we want to make sure that it feels like, all right, it's, you've done well. It feels like I can enjoy the game enough to take the first step towards subscription. And also, obviously, we want to reach some of these missing components that everyone is screaming for. We want to take those steps, and then obviously we need to take that step. And hopefully that will give us even more resources, which means we can hire even more developers, animators. We are specifically looking for certain developers that are very difficult to find, and that will allow us to add even more equipment, bags, armors for pets and creatures, and new mounts, for instance, more assets. So that is the natural progression for us. Make sure we get the core in place now in terms of capacity, being able to remove the alts, having that under control, having the capacity under control for the upcoming release, and again, taking the step into our first roadmap deliveries. So it's exciting for you guys to also subscribe, obviously, so you feel that it's worth it, and we all benefit from it because, again, we can hire more developers. Yeah, again, Tarbas dice, they're not included on this roadmap. There will be somewhere. There are several small to medium-sized features that are not listed here as well. Engineering will be tied to some certain things, especially sieging mechanics and some TC mechanics, yes. Let me see, talking about Warrior Archery. Yeah, it's not that much to discuss other than it's a very important logical natural balance for mounted archery. As you know, right now it's totally static, which makes it unrealistically powerful in terms of aiming, and also not realistic. So we need to get that in place, and there are also skills that are counting for that technique, so you can actually invest going a effective heavy archer on foot and mount, and it's not just a side thing because it is like it is right now. So it's gonna change a bit. If I buy Star Wars stock, am I your boss? If you're so past my amount and go to the annual meeting and vote above me, then sure, go for it. When Beastmaster and Necro being added. So that is the thing that is not final yet. We don't have the exact time frame and schedule, but that is what we hope to get starting on, to put the first roadmap schedule on the website, just as we did during beta, and then continue on that roadmap line. So this is roughly big important feature that many have been asking for. Are they coming and when? And this is also several months. So this is not just 1 or 2 patches. There's some huge system involved in this list, as you can understand. Alchemy Effects. That is giving us important effects. One that we need, quite soon is the age modifier. So if you messed up or are not happy with your age, you'll be able to make a potion that will increase your H or lower your H. And then there will also be additional effects such as night sight, water breathing, and gain, lose weight efficiently. There will be quite a few different effects that is very useful for the alchemist and for the players to have better control over your character, for instance, but also gameplay. We fix the dead zone of water properties in ocean before releasing ships. Yeah, so there's two components with ships. One, we need wagons for some basic function to allow us to take the step naturally into ships. Number two is we need a sea water system that is better working. And we have been we're talking with NVIDIA. If you've seen Sea of Thieves or Atlas, they're actually using this water system from NVIDIA. But we have also looked on Unreal 5's water system that looks to be even more superior. And that's what we're aiming for. We are preparing to move over to Unreal 5. We are closely talking to Epic Games. They are preparing a final build for us that is getting closer. We're going to go through that to see where we stand and where it will be a natural step for us to move over to that engine. And that should give us a awesome next generation water system that just looks insane, but also, we can rely on when it comes to ships. Where's Unreal 5? We don't have the exact date yet. That is a progression with Epic Games, as I mentioned. So we will know more when we get our hands on their next build they're working on, and we have to examine that in depth. What does it mean performance-wise, compiling all the different steps, and see where we stand. And bull horses. So again, we are looking to hire additional animators. We are talking to a few animators that we have found that could be suitable. And that means the pet equipment in this roadmap have quite a lot of content in it. And that can be an ongoing on several patches because it's quite separate from a lot of other things. Because the coders have already made a insanely good creature system, mount system, pet equipment system. So that means if we just add a lot of animation work, we will be able to add bags on more creatures, armor on more creatures, and mountable options on more creatures, including bull horses, ligators, and vulva beasts. So as you can see, we just need to find more animators, and then we will go through more of these that I just mentioned. And that means every patch, every now and then, you will have some of that content going into it. So that is one of the exciting things. We have done a huge task building the code system behind it, which is just awesome. But the bottleneck is manpower in raw animation. So that's all we need to find. Talented animators that have some experience with Unreal 4, and we will be able to throw in a lot of cool stuff for creatures and mounts in every upcoming patches. Are animators able to work remotely? Yes. Good on you, dude, for keep on going and streaming. There is not one CEO that comes on and sit here and talk with people that are playing your game. Good on you. Thank you very much, Fresh Putts. Are Necro summons going to run off the current system of pet points, or will it have its own system? It will be the same creature control pet points cost, yes, because of important balance reasons. Why haven't we got any statement on update yet about having login issues? There shouldn't be any login issues right now, to my knowledge, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but there shouldn't be any problems anymore at this point. But When we're going to see the new Alchemy spells against melee damage next patch, maybe? Not tomorrow's patch. We are wrapping up a few things while we're also now working on Necromancy. So we will see if we can get that spell out of the way, obviously, before we go deep into finishing Necromancy. So, yeah, should be coming soon.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Devil's Reflex. Thank you very much for the subscription. 6 months in advance. Holy cow. Holy cow. Thank you. Throwing potions will be linked to alchemy. Yes. Does this patch fix the problem having to close the game multiple times in order to log back in? It should, yes. We have done some big improvements on the login step. It's super fast right now, and it seems to be very much more stable. So yes, it should be much highly improved in just simply logging in.
Oh my god, another one.
To Dust Z, thank you very much for the subscription. Address this regarding night vision. Yeah, we talked about it. I have mentioned why we had to disable it in pretty much the last minutes, but yes, obviously we need to re-enable it with the right settings. We have the system prepared for it in terms of controlling, the gamma hack, going from pitch black to not having to change your gamma. And every race naturally have a longer distance, seeing clearly, to slightly brightening it up. And then we also have a night vision that you can toggle that changes your vision to see quite differently in darkness. We will go through also where this fits to make that happen. Is there any plan to add a sling as a dex-based range weapon? So we have looked into add bolas, such as a sling weapon, and where it makes sense, what stat it rely on, that we try to do very realistically based on real life experience more rather than maybe the classical archery range dex agility build. As you know, we are relying more on heavy strength to pull a very heavy bow, just as in real life. But yeah, using a sling is very high skill technique rather than high strength, so there it makes sense. Same thing throwing daggers or throwing axes, more light throwing weapons. All right. We're looking forward to the Bounty Hunter system. Star Wars Galaxy Bounty Hunting was such a cool and unique part of that game. Glad you guys are taking inspiration from it. New to MO and been having an awesome time so far. Tech, awesome to hear. And yeah, Star Wars Galaxies had some golden years for sure. And I'm very personally inspired by quite a few systems from that great old MMO game. So yeah, you will recognize quite a bit. Bounty hunting, the Jedi system, for instance. Those two were some of my favorite things from that game. So yes, you will have them sooner or later. The question is where on the time frame. We're here for the long run, many years to come. We won't stop developing the game. The first game we were running for 10 years. We got very far, but we are already catching up and surpassing that game in several areas, even though we just released the game and been still building on the core systems. But yeah, there are a few areas that we're a little bit behind, such as TC functions, also because we want to rebuild some things to make them better. And yeah, obviously we don't have the second continent, but we're already surpassing in several areas, such as better AI, tier 2 AI, greatly improved network system and the clade systems, the clade balance. Many areas are just superior. And yeah, it's just a matter of time until we surpass it in all features such as TC and magic schools as well, and also eventually continents. Now, since we also are quite much larger team than we were in many of the years in the first game, we have better resources, better knowledge and experience, and we are making sure we make full use of it now. So yeah, now is the beginning, you know, and we are taking a step into the roadmaps finally, and have very exciting upcoming content. And yeah, it's going to be a very exciting year, and this game gonna be huge. Will earthquake knock people off horses in the future? Yes, yes. All right, guys. I'm running 4 hours and 37 minutes, so I think this is it for me, because tomorrow we have a really awesome patch, even though I want to call it the boring patch. The boring but very important patch. And we plan to deploy it as early as we can, because we want to monitoring it in real time, following all the stats and data. And hopefully you guys will help us fill the main server quickly and effective while we are on our prime working time, so we don't have to, so Sebastian don't have to sit too long in the night. So hopefully you guys will have the opportunity to help us and log in, so we can go through that and confirm our network upgrades. So yeah, 9.5 on MMORPG. Thank you so much, guys. We're almost back. During the beta, we had a high score at 9.7, which is just insane. And you guys already helped us to go to 9.5. Awesome, guys. As I said, we couldn't have gone anywhere without you guys. So again, from me and my team, we are so grateful for your support, and just awesome that you want to be part of the journey. Rogumartesian with the mug. Thank you so much for buying our merchandises. It goes straight to the development, and I really appreciate it. So again, if you haven't catched it, just want to say it one last time. We really appreciate it. If you go here, cast your vote on the user rating, top right. We got a little bit, I think we got the wrong reviewer of from their website that is more a theme park fan rather than a sandbox, unfortunately. We're a small independent company, so we don't have any resources to get the right reviewers as the giants. So we want you guys to show us what you think about the game instead, so people see what the actual player that knows what sandbox games are all about, and give your opinion and cast your votes. We really appreciate that, so people can see for themselves rather than guessing. Wait, there's mugs. There are mugs and t-shirts here on the stream. Under the stream you can see some Mortal merchandises. You have Q threshold in mind that it would cost to reopen Alt. Yes, we're moving Alt 2. We're keeping Alt 1 as a backup and reserve, also because there is a chance we have got instability or some issues along with this huge network change, and we want to make sure we can. And we also have two builds. We have one where we change one of the part of the network that could add instability, so that's why we want to be here early on to monitoring when we switch over to the next build. And yes, that means if we need to switch back, capacity goes down a bit again, which means we want to keep that alt server to make sure you can play at least during the weekend and enjoy the game while we continue working on that. So that is the plan from tomorrow on. Ingen patch som man kan bli tråkig och hoppas det inte hänger med. Yeah, thank you very much. I like my ship in Europe. It was awesome, and trust me, it's going to be much more awesome in Mortline 2. Yeah, we're going to make sure that pets can swim or transition in water eventually. All right, guys. Yes, domination will be fixed along with Beastmaster. It kind of goes hand in hand. We need it. All right. Shall we do a raid, guys? Who do we have online? Let's see. Let's take a look. Oops. Yes, we got a few streamers. What do you say? Do we have a vote today? Where do we raid? Good luck with the patch tomorrow. Yeah, thank you very much. We're always a bit nervous because it's a huge network. We've worked on that since release pretty much, and you know, we are very certain that we will reach our goal on Milan. No doubt. It's just a matter of time and persistence. All right, let's see. What did you say? What do we got? What do we got? What do we want to raid today? Almighty's Squirrely, Bruce Lee, Squirrely, Squirrely. Almighty's. So Almighty's the good old streamer. I have done raids to Almighty's before. I tried to do a little spread around, you know, supporting with viewers, and you guys can help them if they're new as well, or if someone is doing something fun, entertaining to just simply watch. Squarely, what is he up to? Is he fishing? He's fishing. Do you want to watch fishing, guys? The Master of Fishman. Is that the way we want to do today? CK Ford or Squirrely? Squirrely.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, let's do Squirrely today. Fishing today. We try to pass it around, you know. Always awesome to see. I don't think I've seen Squirrely, so I will do a raid there then. All right, let's see. School. It's. How the hell did I spell that? Square Rally. There it is. All right, guys. Bruce Lee Rob at the mini dungeon. Free stream. Woo. Bruce Lee. Yeah, I done a raid to Bruce Lee previously as well. So let's do the fish stream today. I want to pass it around, you know, show some love. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Good discussion, good questions, and thank you all so much for all donations, subscriptions, buying some merchandises. And also thank you so much for voting on our game on MMORPG.com, the link I did, because again, you guys know what the game is all about and you can give your opinion, and that will show other players that this is a game that is worth trying, even though it's in early stages, and it will just get better from here on. All right, here goes our raid to Squirrely, the Master Fisherman. And just voted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. All right. Have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow on patch day. It's gonna be very exciting and a little nervous. And hopefully I see you next week on the next stream. Have a good night, and thank you very much. Bye bye. Did my stream work?
Grab some Ventriosus for me while you're up there.
Some Ventriosus?
Did it work?
Yeah, they got those in town.
Man, I wish, bro. That'd make life real easy for us, eh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could, like, hire NPC fishermen to fish for you?
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I?
That'd be dope. All right, I'll be back.
Did I do it correctly? No more coughing. Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. Did I do it correctly?
He's not hungry.
I click raid and nothing happened. Is my what the hell happened? Did I do it wrong, or is my 100,000 tabs bugging me out? Let me try that one more, guys.
This place, good stone, is this is Toxay, my dude.
Let's see. I'll redo it
Welcome
one more time.
Welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're
already rating squarely.
But yeah, this is Toxay.
What?
Isn't it beautiful? Isn't
Something is bugged. Yeah, wait. Let me refresh my window. Could be my 500 tabs killing my Explorer. My 1 second, little refreshment here. And I'm gonna try that raid again. Sorry, guys. Noob streamer, you know. Noob streamer trying to get good at it. All right, here goes. Let's try. Okay, now it seems to work. Gonna
king out. You got a fisherman with you, huh? I like teaching people how to fish. That's a real good dude. I see you.
all right. Good night.